Welcome to Raw Down.
Plus beans.
Yeah, it's
No,
raw
wait,
down.
no. Welcome to Smack Up.
Yeah, well,
Wait a minute.
Whoa.
What the fuck are we doing today? We're not doing either?
This
You know
show
what?
action.
has been hacked. We are the brave hackers of Anonymous. We
Oh.
have gotten into the hard drive in Naram's dick and balls and
Anonymous.
We'll find him one day.
stolen his idea
Yeah.
for a show wherein we review some of the media that has sponsored WWE programming in the
That-
year 2006.
It's true.
What
We
a
have,
Correct.
we have.
what a niche content we got going on. You don't have to sponsor this, and then like the little screen wipe happens.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell you all now. We're basically four Chris Druckmans doing movies sponsored by us. Isn't that
Pete will
great?
kill you for saying that.
Well,
Pete's got the hammers, dude.
I don't know. I don't know who that is, but
It's okay.
we have also sent a DDoS attack to host Ty's balls. He
That's
is
true.
dead.
Ah!
That's
It's
host Ty
over.
from the well behind my house. I'm in charge now, motherfuckers.
He has a gun.
Guess what? We're here to talk about our queer icon. V
Oh, yeah.
From V for Vendetta. Happy Pride Month. This
Happy
won't
Pride
come
Month.
out during Pride Month, almost definitely.
He's
Also,
a
you're
freaky
probably
young
looking-
thing and a sexual.
You know
Also,
it's
you're
coming in
probably
November.
looking at a timestamp that's like, I don't know, 5 hours probably. And you're wondering, how did it go this long?
There's
Well-
a lot to talk about.
This is maybe the only thing in the history of this network that we will ever talk about that is actually trying to say something about anything that isn't haha dicky also balls.
But it also kind of is a little bit of haha dicky also balls.
A little
Yeah.
bit. I was going to say that isn't just trying to say women are bad, but this I think does say that, so that wasn't true.
As
No.
you know, it's if the consistency with Alan Moore is like women aren't bad, it's women are biblically bad, you know? Like
Mhm.
they don't mean to do you harm, but they just do.
We'll get into Alan Moore later.
There's more to talk about there.
Oh,
But-
good God, is there? That could be a whole podcast, I think, is just this fucking guy. There's a non-zero chance we could get him on the show. He's crazy.
I really think he might do it if we talked to if like we sent him an email, he might be interested enough. But like I think the moment we mentioned the movie, he'd be like, "Nah, I'm good."
All right, yeah.
Is he known for hating it?
The
Yeah.
thing,
He doesn't-
as soon as I
yes,
mention
but-
queer icon, you're gonna hear the Discord end call button. I'll be
Yeah, we'll
All
get to that. Ty, send an email to Alan Moore's people,
on
and
it,
editor Ty, just cut in the interview we've done with him right now.
on it.
Yep. Just
Damn, that was crazy. I can't
Wow, I
believe he
can't-
said all that.
yeah, Alan Moore.
What
Sorry
a guy!
about what I said to him. I just I had to know.
All right, let's look
He
down at
answered
this.
so many of our questions.
Can we look at that watch time real quick? 10 hours. We got 10-hour video. Are you kidding me?
Hell yeah.
And that's just part one.
Part one.
We're going, yeah,
I don't
yeah, we're
want
going
to.
Edward Gibbon on this bitch. That's a joke for nobody, you know?
Written by the Wachowskis for some reason.
Yeah, and produced.
Yeah.
Number one Kojima fans. And then we'll
Oh.
get into the movie, and I cannot go play-by-play on this because it's a 9-hour long movie.
Yeah.
So I'm not just going to read all these bullet points, but I have them.
We can definitely cut around a little bit.
Yeah.
Get the overall plot and then just talk about like, hey man, what was that all about?
Yeah, we could talk about scenes. We'll talk about little things they did. We'll talk about themes. You know, if we have to talk about specific things, we'll go in more detail. But
And more importantly, what was added and cut.
Yeah. And are bald women mommy? This movie argues
true.
kind of.
yeah, kind of.
All right, we come in big style. Guy Fawkes, kind of tangentially related to this movie. The words gunpowder plot come up. What that is and who this guy is never addressed. But this is a real guy.
Hmm.
So, in 1605...
He was not made up.
No. In 1605, there's some amount of people. How many people were involved in this insane fucking plan isn't really clear. We, like with a lot of historical things, don't have an exact account of, like, who all these people were, what the exact plan was, you know, all that kind of thing. we do have a letter about this, but that's like it. So basically, Guy Fawkes is a bruv, and he's Catholic, and it's 1605. And you can check out You Don't Have to Reform This for our podcast on the Protestant Reformation. It'll last 19 years.
He
Good
said,
time.
"Fuck the Anglican Church, dog. We hate the fucking Anglican Church."
Fuck 'em.
Agreed. So, I don't have time to get into all that. Basically, what you need to know is that Catholics are, like, actually oppressed censor that, Bruvland at this
Real
time.
shit.
Like, actually, like, it's actually kind of bad to be an open Catholic at this point in Bruvland, not, like, the fake oppression we complain about now.
Yep.
So Guy Fawkes, who knew how explosives work because he was involved in the Dutch Revolt a few years earlier, which is a whole other thing I can't get into. But this is a guy that knows how explosives work. And him and some amount of people, his homies that are also Catholics, are really mad that the Bruv government won't let them be Catholic, basically. So they get a scheme where at the opening of Parliament every year, you know, the king comes, makes a speech, whatever. It's like, all right, I got an idea. We're going to blow up Parliament. We're going to kill everyone in there. At the same time, in the middle of England, we're going to have a bunch of boys do a revolt. And we're going to kidnap the king's 9-year-old daughter. And we're going to make her the queen. And I guess this makes people like Catholics more or something, I guess. We don't really have the exact plan here, but this is basically the idea. It probably made more sense to somebody. But the problem is, some of these guys are like, wait a minute.
Catholics showed up with a conscience on the scene, and they were like, wait a sec, hold up.
Well, that, and also, there's some people, like barons or whatever, that are still Catholic. So, someone involved in this plot sent a letter to at least this one guy named Baron Monteagle, possibly others, and we have the letter that this guy got. And they basically got a, hey, don't come to school today letter. And Baron Monteagle, and maybe other people, but definitely him, wandered over to the cops like, hey man, somebody's gonna do some stuff. And this whole plot just gets completely blown up. They figure it out. Guy Fawkes is captured. Nothing happens.
Parliament does not get blown up, but the plan is blown up.
Yes, the Bruvs do not become Catholic.
You know,
the king's daughter does not get kidnapped.
Yeah.
Since I'm
They
the
do
only
not
one,
kidnap the governor of Michigan.
I'm the only one
go.
that watched the movie and knows not much about anything else that's on this topic list. There is a point in the movie where someone does do that to V, and it's Evie, and she tried really hard to be the hey, this shit's happening, this shit's fucked up.
Yeah,
And
she
then-
grew a conscience.
yeah, it
at
was-
that moment was like, hey, but
But the guy
In the
didn't believe
movie-
her. The guy didn't believe her. We'll get
Oh.
into that later, but we won't say who. But
Yeah.
the guy's like, I don't believe
He
you.
was-
He
Too horny.
was too horny.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's interesting to hear that. Like, oh,
he said,
they put that in
"Oh,
the movie
you're
too.
making me randy right now, girl."
Do I make you
Hey, you
horny,
can't
baby?
use-
But
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, to be honest, despite being about Guy Fawkes, it's more thematic dress than actual relation. I mean, there's similarities, but they really don't align that much.
Yeah. I mean, spoilers, Parliament blows up, but that's about the extent of it.
Hmm.
So that's
I
when they
mean-
talk about the gunpowder plot, what the fuck that is. There you
I mean,
go.
partially, I think the allegory works a little bit more when you're looking at it through the lens of like Margaret Thatcher rather than how the movie presents it, which is George W. Bush.
Was Guy Fawkes successful, and did it impact?
No,
No. Okay.
Well, did it impact? I mean, like, people think he's cool as, like,
Yeah,
a weird,
that's
like,
what the mask is all about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Counterculture deal.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, they have the bonfire prayer. Remember the 5th of November.
yeah, but do you think that? I guess part of it is like, do you think that would still even be relevant were it not for V for Vendetta in a way? Because I seriously don't. I think people wouldn't give a shit.
I don't think anyone would give two fucks here, but
Yeah.
I probably in the in England,
Bruvland?
in Bruvland, they probably fucking would.
So I'm looking
Like
up.
it'd still be niche, but it wouldn't be like we'd give any fucks.
I'm looking up right now. There is a tradition, an annual commemoration observed on November 5th called Guy Fawkes Night in the Bruvland. So they have bonfires and fireworks displays.
I consider myself to some extent informed about historical things. I didn't know Guy Fawkes was a real guy.
Yeah. You just assumed it was just like the name of a mask or someone who made it.
Yeah. Or just like a character from some kind of book. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to Guy Fawkes. He accomplished nothing. I guess he helped out in the Dutch Revolt, which may or may not have been good, depending on which one you're talking about and what year.
Yeah.
Whoa. I got an interesting thing, too. I'm looking at an origins, too. So this all happened in 1605, that gunpowder plot. And apparently in 1847, a publication called The Lancet has the thing where it says, notes of a case of a death from fright, in which the death of a 2-year-old was attributed to a fright caused by seeing a boy wearing the red Guy Fawkes mask. And that was
no.
That's definitely just
crazy.
Died from SIDS and they didn't know what to say.
So yeah, people were wearing this mask for centuries. That's crazy.
They I mean, like, he had an impact, but like I just don't think he'd have any significance in the United States today. Where
it's most
specific piece of media, and then
cut that. Bruvland.
Sorry, my bad.
Bruvland. But the only impact he has now is basically just being on the shirts of like really fat people that really like guns.
Fuck yeah, brother.
Oh, we'll get into that.
Yeah. So how did we get to this fucking guy becoming the emblem for the fat 2A amendment lovers everywhere?
Yep.
We unfortunately have to go back to Bruvland.
Yeah.
Where Alan Moore writes this graphic novel, and David Lloyd illustrates it. It's a graphic novel released between 1982 and 1985 in the Warrior Anthology series of comics in Bruvland.
Yep.
Alan Moore says he got the idea for V from a comic submission that got rejected in 1975 that was called The Doll, wherein a trans terrorist in white face makeup was fighting a fascist state, and that was set in the 80s.
That's so fucking cool.
Mm-hmm. That is pretty cool.
So, yeah, like, iterates on it a little bit. Is V trans? I don't think so, but listen, we can talk about Queer Icon V later.
I think this is a complete aside, but V in the graphic novel is totally meant to just be like an asexual character at the very least, so you can say he's a queer icon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the graphic novel does diverge in some ways that we'll talk about. Yeah, Pete and I read this fucking graphic novel too, so we are...
What's it any good?
Yeah, it's great. It's actually, like, Alan Moore's a great writer. He's batshit crazy. He's a great writer, though.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. I read on my free library app. But, so he writes this thing called The Doll, and then a few years later, him and David Lloyd get approached to make something tonally similar to a different comic they wrote, a Marvel UK Night Raven comic, and that was a 30s noir.
Yeah.
So you can, which makes sense. This is basically, V is sort of Batman, Alan Moore lists George Orwell, Aldous Huxley, Vincent Price, Batman, and Fahrenheit 51, and a lot of other influences that he has.
Yeah.
And you can, Orwell and Batman, especially, I think you can see it's very on the nose. And so here's where we get to Alan Moore kind of being a weird motherfucker. So he's writing this between 82 and 85, and at this point, Margaret Thatcher has taken over Bruvland in 1979, and she is a conservative member of the Tory party, and we can
say what she actually is. You don't have to say conservative.
Well, listen, I'll get to the part that Ty's not going to edit out, and then we'll get to the part he might.
Okay.
So the part, yeah. Also, yeah. Hey, spoilers. There's going to be politics in this movie about anarchy and fascism. So we'll hit the
It's-
politics button when we go into it. So Margaret Thatcher's whole deal was basically very much like the Reagan thing, which will also come up around the same time. It's like a hey, we're gonna make government smaller by privatizing most of the public stuff or just getting rid of it. You know, the social safety net, we're gonna cut that. It's wasteful. Whatever. We're really gonna also expand the military because we're tough, and also we're gonna crack down on crime. We've got to make the streets safe, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
And so now we're gonna hit the politics button. Yeah, so what this means is basically if you're not a white Christian, fuck you. If you're poor, fuck you. And she's a cunt, and the only good thing she ever did was dying. So,
Damn.
We will find you in super hell, Margaret Thatcher, you dumb bitch.
Yeah, we're heading there with you.
so now we're back after Ty may have cut that out. Probably not, but we'll see. So Alan Moore. Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna
Okay.
hit the politics button on the way out too. That makes sense. So Alan Moore, when he was writing this, thought that in 1983 Margaret Thatcher was going to lose to a Labour government. This did not happen. He also thought that the Labour government was going to pursue complete nuclear disarmament and that there would be a limited nuclear war in the world that the UK would survive because they completely disarmed. However, after that war, fascists would still take over. So that's where he's coming from when he's writing this.
It's an ultimately nihilistic point of view.
Yes, very, very, I think him and Anno really would get along. Also, take a drink every time Metal Gear Evangelion comes up. This is a stealth
Oh,
pilot
yeah.
for both shows, I'm sure. So yeah, Alan Moore is writing in the teeth of the conservative revolution of the UK and one that has started to get going in the United States, which is very clear once again, and we'll get into his opinions on such things shortly, but you watch the movie, it's pretty clear. Alan Moore claims that V's actions are deliberately ambiguous, and he just wanted to inspire his readers to think like generally. Not in a certain way, just like in general. I don't agree with that, because he definitely wants you to think in a certain way.
I
But,
agree
okay.
with that.
I would posit that he wants you to I mean he definitely I don't know. I think it's cagey.
Maybe question
Yeah, I
instead
mean
of think.
it's more like at some point you're totally rooting for V, right? Even
Yeah.
though V's doing morally pretty reprehensible shit. But like I guess the issue I feel like it's more impactful in the graphic novels because he's posited as less than a hero than he is in a little bit in the movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the movie, like you unabashedly are like, fuck yeah, this dude rocks, let's go. He's the best. But
Yeah.
like everybody more or less that people are developed as people in the comic, but like people are a little bit more what's the word? Caricaturized in the movie.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a 2-hour, 15-minute movie.
It was-
as
For
opposed to
sure.
a
Yeah,
graphic
you-
novel.
It was
It's a
definitely
limitation.
Yeah, you have to get them to know the characters. It's easier just to throw like a evil caricature stereotype instead of explaining nuances. Which
For
would take
sure.
time.
Right. And also in the graphic novel, it's a lot more clear where it's like, hey, if you're black or gay or whatever, the government does just kill you. The movie
Yeah,
dances around that a bit, but the graphic novels are very explicit. Like, no, listen.
There's only one real mention of
It's right in the
like-
beginning.
Well, I mean, towards the end a little too.
That too.
Middle, right?
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
beyond that, there's nothing that's the one thing they don't explicitly really address because they kind of address faith and they kind of address orientation. They don't really address race at all in it, which is super interesting.
I thought they did. Well, like I just watched it
little
like a little
bit.
bit ago. Like that guy in the beginning that's on the TV, which is the the big bad guy, is like, if you're not white, you're not Christian. We hate
Yeah.
homosexuals,
but-
stuff like that.
it's the physical representation of it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they kind of just like mention it right off the bat, and then like
Yeah.
it kind of just plays in. Then maybe some characters will be, you know, like dude, I don't even think they have any black characters in the movie.
No, there are no
No.
non-white
that's what
people.
I'm saying. Yeah.
And in this instance, it's probably an actual artistic choice, not just being racist.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're trying to make that like an understated thing.
Yeah, you really can't be a closeted black American or black bruv. So I mean, I guess it makes sense that like, oh yeah, they're all not there because they don't
They're
like
in
it.
the prison.
Yeah,
They're
they
in
all
the
get
prison
fucking
camp.
they all get fucking rounded up into extermination camps.
Yeah, fuck
It's
them.
yeah.
fuck
Yeah.
fuck the bruvs for that. Come
Yeah,
on.
but I mean, and I guess it makes sense why they kind of danced on that, because if you're gonna release it to international audiences, I could see them being like, "Oh, this is a little too much." Maybe they wouldn't like it or get it. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it might not tonally shift to like American culture like that because we'd be like, oh, that's okay, wow,
Yeah,
and then they
But
kind of will never bring that up because
yeah.
it's
I
not
also
really worried
think
about it.
I also think part of it is like we're getting out of the '90s, where '90s like a lot of the times they would push more for extremes and stuff, and now we have more transparency on these stuff. But like in that early mid 2000s era, it's like a lot of these topics people kind of more ignored, or like they existed, but it was like you didn't want to point them out. You know what I mean?
Like even
Oh yeah, we will get to shooting on the mid 2000s U.S. government, I'm sure,
Oh yeah.
shortly.
like it was even
But-
shocking to me during the movie itself that they were even mentioning like a lesbian in general, like having like a happy life and being just generally normal rather than hypersexualized or
Yeah, I looked at like the polls for like just the general support for gay marriage, and it's like it's below 50-50 at this point. I think in 09 it hits 50-50, but after that it just like rockets up and like
Yeah.
like nah, it's actually fine. But,
Obama taking the stance of pro-gay marriage was insane in 2008.
yeah,
Um,
that was at best a coin flip, and now it's like 90-10. It's 15 years later. It's kind of crazy.
I think you can lend credence to the Wachowskis for writing this movie, to be honest, for that specific
Yeah,
thing being included,
definitely.
really.
Yeah, we'll talk about them, but they are trans women, so
Yep.
they'd like a lot of this stuff. And Alan Moore,
For sure.
yeah, definitely doesn't want you to be racist and homophobic. So good on you, Alan Moore.
Good on
But
you.
yeah, so also just in terms of like legacy or whatever, this graphic novel, the Comics Journal, I don't know how reputable of a source this is, but it's a thing on Wikipedia, so I wrote it down. At a 1999 poll of the top 100 English language comics, this ranked 83, and the BBC News calls this a top 100 influential novel like ever written.
wow.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
mean,
people like this shit.
Ellen Moore was super highly acclaimed at the time. I remember there's always this tidbit that I read from him in like an interview where he's like, I was at some like big party rubbing elbows with these people who are all like these big literature guys, and they're like, "Oh, what do you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I write comic books," and they kind of scoffed at him a little bit, and then like when they found out who he was, this dude was like, "Dude, you don't write comic books, you write graphic novels," and he just was like, "Get the fuck out of my face."
Yeah,
What other
you
stuff has
can't
he
out
written?
pretentious Alamo.
Watchmen.
Even Watchmen.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Pete, you're out. You, as our Metal Gear fan, are very familiar with insane megalomaniac auteurs. So, can you just tell us about Alan Moore? Because this is an interesting guy.
All right, so Alan Moore is responsible for Watchmen, also the creation of Swamp Thing. He wrote Batman:
okay.
The Killing Joke.
Yeah, he did.
He wrote The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen as well, and I'm sure I'm forgetting other things, but Watchmen as well, if I didn't mention that. Just a bunch of shit. He also wrote a couple of iconic like Superman stories, like Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow was a good one. He was like a super solid comic book writer, and then once he got into like the 80s, shit got kind of odd, where he started delving deep into like the psyche of like superheroes and like the idea of them, like the mythology, and so like that's when he kind of started going a little crazy on it. And he as an individual also just super strange. Like his personal beliefs, not sure what they are. I know he's an anarchist for sure, but like he it doesn't ever feel like when you're reading his things that he's trumping up anarchism above anything else. He's kind of making well-rounded points about everyone. Like Watchmen is another story with similar ideas, and like his most his most popular character in the book is essentially a fascist, right? So Rorschach, right?
Yeah.
The guy whose face has all the blobs on it and shit, the moving Rorschach test.
Hmm.
He is just straight up like a fascist, just like a degenerate. But the story primarily follows him, and he's kind of like essentially the hero of the story. I think Alan Moore likes taking weird figures and just making them the focal point. That just speaks to sort of the strangeness of how he writes. But on a personal level, he also has some crazy beliefs about religion. Or I think he adheres to like sort of paganistic beliefs, more or less. And like, I don't think he follows specifically any kind of church, which is odd. He sort of just believes in like occult magic shit. And I think he also probably has some of the like we just have too much information about people, right? He was a part of like a throuple within his marriage in like the 1980s,
Okay.
which also is like a odd thing. But his wife also left him for the other woman and took their child with her. There's just a whole bunch of shit with Alan Moore where like, yeah, this guy is like living in like a state of chaos, and he almost like resents any attempt of anybody to expand upon what he does because he just doesn't trust anybody to do any justice to what he's written.
Hmm.
That's the gist of it.
It's interesting.
Top down elevator pitch view of Alan Moore.
Yeah, definitely an interesting figure.
His primary deity is the ancient Roman snake god called Glykon.
There you go. That's what I was referencing. I'm sure you pulled that up.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was like, isn't this guy into the Kabbalah also?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, again, this guy and Anna would really get along, I think.
The other thing too, it's kind of wild. It's like he like expanding on the whole thing about him resenting anything trying to like adapt his work is he refused to be attached to this movie in any capacity whatsoever. If you watch the ending of the movie, it doesn't mention his name. It just says based on a graphic novel illustrated by whoever the illustrator was.
David Lloyd, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe. Yep, David Lloyd.
Yeah, so that's really strange.
But he also specifically requested to not be credited on it or receive any money for it.
So, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like he would have as many movies as he does, if he's not like a fan of his work being, adapted into feature films.
He doesn't like own it. It's like the publishing companies do.
True.
Yep, owned by DC pretty much.
Yeah.
Vertigo Comics at the time,
You
which
got-
is now just DC Black Label.
Yeah, you got if I want to run down real quick. 01, you got From Hell, which nobody really knows about, I'm sure. That has Johnny Depp in it.
Mhm.
Apparently that was about like the Jack the Ripper murders based on From
That's
Hell,
another
if you ever heard of that.
novel
Yeah.
he'd written.
Yeah.
He'd written.
The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which got 17% on Rotten Tomatoes. I remember
he
really
didn't
wanting
like
to
how
see it as a
that
kid
turned out.
because it looked cool. Because I was super
Yeah.
into superheroes, and I was like, they got so many superheroes and Sean Connery's in it. Oh, I want to watch it. And then I got a VHS tape from a thrift store, and it said it on the thing, but it was taped over, so I never seen that movie.
Good.
But I was so disappointed. But I've heard it's dog shit, so good thing I didn't.
It's good. I've watched it 4
Really?
times. I like it.
It's a fine movie, and Alan Moore would definitely hang you for saying that you liked it, though.
Yeah, which I'm okay with. Like, it is. 17 I think is too hard. I think it's a strong 50.
V for Vendetta was his third one in '05, or I guess it came out in '05, but it
Mhm.
made its way to America in '06, and then
It was
Watchmen in '09.
supposed.
Yeah,
I'll talk about this. It was supposed to come out in '05, but it got
Yep.
delayed for some reason.
yeah,
I don't
and
even
then
know
Batman:
why,
The
yeah.
Killing Joke in 2016. So that's his 5 feature films based off his work. Vendetta's got the best Rotten Tomato score at 73.
Yeah, Alan Moore also believes in something he calls the idea space,
What?
that he calls, and I quote, a space in which mental events can be said to occur, an idea space which is perhaps universal. Our individual consciousnesses have access to this vast universal space, just as we have individual houses, but the street outside the front door belongs to everybody. It's
Yeah,
almost as if ideas are pre-existing forms within this space.
So I've
What the-
like
The hell?
look, I've again, since Martin has said it, I'll take on the role. I do like study the fuck out of these weird auteurs. This is something I hear all the time. Like this is something that's been repeated by David Lynch, Ellen Moore, obviously, and then I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, Hideaki Anno uses the idea of the unified fields repeatedly, or AT fields repeatedly in what's
Ava.
it, Ava,
Ava.
which is like another reference to like the concept of like unified fields, which is essentially what Alan Moore is talking about. It's the collective subconscious.
So we're at, I think, 4 Ava and Metal Gear references, so if you're taking a shot every time, you're going to be dead.
Yeah.
Also,
We still got more.
yeah, did Alan Moore invent the backyard from Guilty Gear?
Yeah, I mean that's we got another one, folks.
Yeah, that's probably just fact.
Alan Moore is just Batman in a way.
Yeah.
It's true. And he is
yeah.
also in one of... It's a dark time when I can say one of your more concrete beliefs as a person is that you are an avowed anarchist. So, and the hardest thing anybody's going to have to do in this whole show that may result in all of us being killed on the internet. Nico, can you tell us what anarchism is?
Sure.
If you fuck
I'd
this
love
up, there will be a firing squad.
No.
I ask for it.
You're
So,
welcome.
this is going to go a little bit differently, but to just basically give you an idea. A lot of the anarchism as we know it today basically comes from like through the Enlightenment period, where, you know, we're starting to see like a lot of these revolutions, you know, these battles, like the revolution in Paris, the American Revolution, right? Usually there's 2 types. It's either evolutionary, as it happens, these thoughts of anarchism happens over time, or it's more revolutionary, usually violent, and it goes and overthrows some government. Generally, I'd say, and again, hot research, 9 characteristics to spot were self-ownership, self-governing, free association. It's open-ended generally. It's utopian. It's inconsistent internally almost at every point. It involves a mass amount of isolation and is very anti-establishment. Now, that's just the basis. I could go on and like keep giving you like these definitions and stuff, but I'm just going to give you my opinion of anarchism is handled in this. So my key thing that I see is that this popular opinion that anarchy is a solution is one akin to one who believes that the way to solve a cold is a genocide. Anarchism is not a form of government. I didn't know if you guys know this. It's not a form of government. I think.
Wouldn't it be like the anti-government?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Anarchism is the natural state of being in a way.
Yeah, in a sense it is, right? But, you know, and I have to explain this because I know we have some people who don't know what they're talking about.
Me.
Not listening.
Me. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm here to ask
Yeah, so
questions.
it's okay.
But to me, at least through the way this movie communicates it, anarchism is a tool. Like I said, it's not a form of government. It is usually a transitional period. It is usually a weapon to transition a faulty government to something different. And I'd say that, at least from what I've seen, is that a lot of people really don't get what the anarchism is being used for. Because I'm going to tell you right now, those people on the internet who go way too far with this movie, I don't think they actually get what the fuck these people are talking about. Because I'm telling you, and this is my strong ass theory, V for Vendetta believes in anarchism through revolution for the purpose of democracy and capitalism.
However,
I fucking said, let me.
However, let me annotate that.
All right.
This is what the movie believes.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is what the movie believes. This is not for any far swinging movement, right? Okay, this isn't for your internet 4channels. This isn't a big socialist movement like others might say. This is clearly, again, this is been adapted by these stronger groups. And I mean, let's be real, it's for the imaging. The Guy Fawkes mask, everybody in black, right? The anonymity, the anonymousness of of the movie with the whole appearance. That's why people attach to the ideas, but they don't actually dissect it.
It's a surface level adaptation of the ideas within it for the beliefs of whoever is consuming.
Exactly, and that's the key. I mean, even through the themes of the movie, like V is an idea.
However, I'll say that doesn't make it a bad movie. It makes it a very good movie.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the quality of the movie, right? In my opinion, at least. This is just statements with at least a theoretical. No, I won't say theoretical. This is at least kind of.
What is the thesis of the movie, essentially?
Yeah, that's
what is the goal of the movie? What does it accomplish successfully?
Yeah, what does it accomplish successfully? Right, and the thesis basically is, it's really not that deep. It's just like, I mean, censorship is bad, authoritarians are bad, and if you are being so persecuted, if this is how it's going, you need to stand up, you need to speak out, you need to do something. I mean, even some of the quotes in this movie are things not even from like Guy Fawkes and not even from Nazi Germany, which I will get into how much I despise the comparisons to Nazi Germany. Yeah, I do despise Nazis, but like how mishandled the allegories to Nazi Germany are. But like, fuck, I see I lost my pace with that. But fuck, Nazi Germany.
Oh, yeah, fuck Nazi Germany. I agree.
Yeah, fuck it. God damn it. Oh, I didn't. Son of a gun. But basically, I mean, like, what was it going to V, I mean, he basically, he has opinion. I mean, he participates in commercialism. He participates in a revolution more akin to the American Revolution than any other revolution. I mean, this is clearly a statement piece on kind of the beliefs of like democracy and freedom.
This is an American movie.
Yeah, he loves his movies.
This is an American movie.
This is honestly the most American British movie that you could probably watch.
This is an American adaptation of a British piece of media, and they made it about America.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I can just derail this for another hour with another hot take.
Do what you need to do, dude.
Yeah, you might as well.
The American Revolution isn't actually a revolution, just replacing one set of nobles with another. What? Functionally, it changed not much. Let's be real.
Yeah. Definitely the argument for a revolution is accurate. Is it really a revolution or not? I mean,
well, listen, Nico.
I want to say no. I mean, some were nobles, some were straight up criminals, but
noble criminals.
Yes, the noblest.
As most nobles are.
True.
Taxation is theft, so that's why we have to keep paying taxes for the rest of our life.
But
they make us do it.
I mean, and they even state, if you read into the American and how they built federalism and actually, if you read on how they came up with the executive branch, part of it is that they were afraid that people would have a direct democracy would try to take their possessions and shit.
Yep.
Which makes sense. Like if you're rich, you'd fucking be terrifying. But I think it'd be a little too far to say that this is just a new coat of paint. Definitely deeper changes than that, but to say it's an outright revolution when all these guys were in the legislative already of Britain, I mean, that mostly like they were already politicians before. That I would agree that didn't change, but I'm not going to just say nothing changed, well, very little. But yeah, no.
Wait, hold on. We're out of the politics zone. We gotta hit the button to go back
Welcome
into
back.
the politics zone.
Okay. Okay.
So then, now we've covered what the movie defines as anarchism.
But
What do you think anarchism is now, Nico? Do you think that the
Anarchism?
movie's analysis of anarchism is correct?
I think it's more accurate than people think it is.
I don't.
I'm not going to say it's 100%, no, but
I'm not sure the movie has an analysis of anarchism. I think this movie falls into the thing people do where it's like, oh, thing blow up, that's anarchy.
Yeah.
nah, I don't know. I think because I think a lot of it is connected to the voice of the people, at least from what I've seen and kind of what I get from like my background, is that it's surface level. I'm not going to say it's a deep study of anarchism, but I already kind of said anarchism is not like a real ideology. It's more of a tool to get to an ideology. So that, I mean, it's true. Like I don't know what to say other than that. It's like even nomadic people had some form of government.
I mean,
I
like,
mean,
at
I
the-
guess, like, how fundamentally, how do you govern it by anarchy? If that's your governing philosophy.
That depends on what kind of anarchist you are, which is the problem in
Yeah, that-
defining anarchism. But I would say the graphic novel talks a little more about it than the movie does, so the movie very much falls into the thing where, again, it's like, thing blew up, that's anarchy. Like,
Yeah, wow.
when the
Blew
fucking...
up Parliament, bro.
Yeah, like, when the January 6th thing happened, news anchors were calling the people there anarchists, like, that is just not true. They're very much acted on behalf of a state actor
Yep.
to accomplish their ends. An anarchist wants to destroy the state broadly,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the
So,
government, the church,
Every aspect
So-
of the government must be completely annihilated in order to build something else. So
Yeah.
not just doing it for the one guy that you agree with or two guys you agree
That was
with.
actually going to
So
bring my
once-
question too, but sorry, Nico. Go on.
So yeah, and once again, and that's why this movie solely plants its feet in revolutionary anarchy, and which is very unnuanced. It basically is, if you want to change things, get violent, right? They try to push the power of the voice or the power of free will, but it's a 2-hour, 12-minute movie.
Yeah,
You don't have the time to jump deeply into it.
yeah.
But at least for the sake of the movie itself, and I'll even stand by it with it, the anarchism presented is more of a tool than anything. It's to get to one point to another. Like V's plan is not everybody just goes wild and kill each other. You know, like, or do whatever they want. Like his plan is to overthrow this piece of shit government.
Yeah,
right?
because at the end, like, they didn't even do anything to the guards. They were just walking past them. They just kind of were there.
Yeah, now, like, if this was, like, true, like...
Yeah, they weren't trying to
anarchy in
overthrow
some
it, yeah.
definitions, like, they do whatever they want to those gods, right? Because the idea is, like, no, you can't do shit.
And,
Well, you
like,
can do shit, but...
and in the
It's no
movie, there was, one of the people in the mask that
Mm-hmm.
got shot dead because they thought that, like, they're trying to kill everyone in the V mask. And, they were like, what are you doing? That was a kid. And so they beat the shit out of that dude and kill him. Presumably, I don't think they showed it, but that's like the only time they got violent
The movie also
in the movie.
the liberty of implying that V's actions actually had far-reaching consequences of people being inspired.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Whereas the graphic novel doesn't take it that far. It pretty much only focuses on the core set of characters and not the wider British world, Bruvland world.
Yeah. Yeah. Which,
So,
you know,
yeah.
I think like I said, I think that end where they all kind of unite like that, it makes for a cool scene, but definitely the movie is not based around that idea.
So what Nico was saying is that inheritance is the ultimate form of class oppression, and read your Bakunin, kids. Do not ask Bakunin for his thoughts on Jews. Don't do it.
But just read
It's-
it anyway.
Yeah, he's a better writer than Marx is, which is not hard
Yeah.
because it's like somewhat comprehensible instead of completely incomprehensible because he's not a weird German, he's a weird Russian. It's different.
Yeah, it's more depressing and nihilistic, but it's more reasonable.
That's another podcast that we have to do now.
Yeah.
Wrestling with Dialectics.
We've been
7-hour special.
we've been trying to
Who
get
would
that
win in
over.
who would win in a fight? Karl Marx or Mikhail Bakunin? Tune in.
Excellent.
Let's talk about what we all love. Capitalism and money. Let's fucking go. USA. USA. We love it.
USA.
So, in the United States, which you will note is the only country that matters and has ever mattered, this movie was supposed to come out on Guy Fawkes Day 2005, but WB delayed it to March 17, 2006.
Why, you ask?
Who knows? Wikipedia didn't tell me.
I couldn't find out either, honestly. I could only find reference to it being moved.
Come on, WB.
So this has a budget of $50 to $54 million, box office of 134, so it was successful. As was previously described, Alan Moore refused to watch the movie or get credit or royalties because he thought all of his previous movie adaptations sucked.
That's fair, to be honest.
The director of this movie is a guy named James McTeague, who was an assistant on the Matrix movies and Attack of the Clones,
That's crazy.
amongst other
That's
things.
crazy, Paul.
This was his directorial debut and his most successful film to this day. He's directed like 4 other movies and then just kind of was like, fuck it, I'm out. So shout out to that guy. Written and produced by the Wachowski sisters, who this definitely plays into the politics of the movie, are both trans women and Democrats, as you would expect. Best known for The Matrix, clearly. And they are fans of Hideo Kojima and met him in 1999.
Yep.
Which explains why this is so batshit.
It's honestly a shame that they're not going to be in whatever next game that Kojima's making.
And Death Stranding 2, they will not be in it. Truly
They will
tragic.
not be in Death Stranding too.
How could they? What about Overdose?
What?
What's
Oh
that?
yeah, Overdose. Oh shit, OD. I forgot. Yeah.
Damn.
Isn't that that's featuring Hunter Schafer in it as
Yes,
well, right?
yes, it is.
Another trans woman. So you never know.
Yeah, there's a chance.
So,
And
oh,
we talk. Go ahead.
well, hold on. We gotta talk about James McTeague's other big film because I mean we got The Raven with John Cusack. You got some little movies called Survive and Break It In, but Ninja Assassin is an interesting one because it's not really talked about, and that movie was very big at the time. At least for people around me, they love that shit. I never seen it, but I've heard it's really bad from like critics.
I've never heard of this movie in my life.
I've
I know.
also never heard of it.
It's kind of
I-
silly, but yeah.
It's okay. I know what it is. I never watched it. I saw the trailers. This thing looked like a pile of garbage just from the trailers.
I think maybe it just hit me at that time when like I'm in high school,
Yeah.
early high school. So like we're not to dox a little bit. Martin's a little older, Pete's a little younger. Nico and I, Nico's a little older too. But it was like the perfect time where all the kids loved weird shit like that, like those type of ninja movies. So that was pretty big at the time for me, at least. Which is
Yeah,
interesting to
but
see that same director.
I love that this guy works with the Wachowskis like exclusively. Did this and then 3 other things, then just like whatever.
Yeah, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Pretty much.
Kind of based.
Yeah,
And go ahead.
Yeah, he's not bad either. Like I thought, I don't know, for somebody who's like kind of just around, I guess maybe with the Wachowskis. But no, like I thought he did good.
Yeah, this movie's
So-
all right.
real quick, on what episode of of Raw or SmackDown was this featured as a sponsor of the show? Because if this came out in March, was this a sponsor for the home release, like the DVD?
No, it was.
No, the movie was out in theaters in March.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
so
like,
it was a
yeah.
theatrical thing.
Yeah, but the episodes we've been watching that featured, what I'm guessing, like, because where are we? We're in June, right?
We're in. I think
May?
we are like, hey, a little bit behind the scenes. We're about to record May 26th SmackDown.
And so, like, it was probably within the last like month of where this was.
This was actually like it was promoted around WrestleMania time.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
I,
it was
I just
March.
completely.
A lot of
Really
those we
blocked
just
that out.
yeah, you
Gotcha.
just a lot of the sponsor cuts we just kind of forget, and then we're like, damn, we should probably make something with this because it's
Yeah.
so. I wish I could
Little
tell you.
inside baseball for the folks.
Yeah,
I remember making fun of V for Vendetta at some point, being like, we should watch that. And then Narum came up with the idea for this show.
yeah, it sucks we can't find him though.
Yeah, he
We got
wandered
lost on that boat.
Yeah, he wandered in the woods with Die Hard Man.
Oh no.
I've sent people to look for him, but nothing.
We found Hot Cold Man, folks. Don't worry.
Oh hell yeah! Who doesn't love
Coldman
Hot
has been
Cold Man?
located.
Frickin'
And so we talked about. Well, hold on. I have to hit the stinger here because it's the politics zone again.
Well,
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so we talked about the politics of Brovland around when the graphic novel was written. So now we've got to talk about 2005 to 2006 in the only country that matters, the United States. The short answer is this movie's about George Bush and Iraq, like for sure, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I particularly
so,
didn't get
1,000,000%. Yep.
I like I don't know too much about like that whole like era, but I didn't get that too much. Maybe that's true, but that's just me. I don't know. I don't know.
Sit your white ass down and listen.
Okay, I'm here to listen.
yeah. So it's kind of really, it's kind of quaint to think about how people thought this was what Bush was going to do in 2006. Now that this is like actually like there are people with anime avatars that actually think and want to do things like this now,
Mhm.
whereas Bush was like a lot more quiet about this kind of thing. But
As a quick aside, I was recently at an undisclosed convention, and there was a stand that was selling like decals of anime waifus, anime girl characters, basically with like NRA hats, pro gun, and I'm like, what? What are you doing
so
here?
bizarre.
Like, why? Like, get the fuck away from me, you freaks!
Nazi weebs, get the fuck out.
Yeah,
Not a fan.
like literally, I'll kill you on sight, dog.
Yeah. So this is 2006. The war in Iraq has gone from after 9/11, and broader war in the Middle East has gone from
90%
yeah.
total, whatever approval
Yeah.
rate to now what?
It's about 50-50 from what I've seen in 06. Kind of
So
depends
basically, just your
where you're at.
average Democrat versus average Republican at the year 2006.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. But you've gone from 90-10 to 50-50. Give it a few more years, and it obviously, as people turns out. No, I already hit the politics, but Bush and the government fucking lied about there being WMDs in Iraq that could go do war crimes there.
You know what's funny though? Do you know who told them those lies that they clearly knew, but they
Richard
technically-
Chanis.
Well, yeah. I meant what government, but
Who was it, Nico? Tell me.
it
Tell
was
us, Nico.
the United Kingdom.
Oh my
Brubs.
god.
Yeah, the Bruvs
Bruv,
themselves
bruv.
told us WMDs were there. Everybody at, I believe, the UN was like, that's stupid. You
Yeah,
guys
I
are
mean-
being dumb. And we and our old dad were like, hey, fuck it. Let's go to Iraq.
Our cousins once removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to the French being like, you guys are fucking stupid and wrong. And we got so mad at them that we changed them from French fries to freedom fries for a
That
while.
was pretty funny.
That was
But
pretty good.
in an
That was like
extremely
so
rare
petty.
French W, they were correct the whole time.
Is that
Yeah.
why we changed the Burger King fries from bad or good to bad? Now we'll never recover. 'Cause
No,
they used to
that's
be good
because
at some point.
that's because the nanny state won't allow you to get a heart attack at age 7 anymore.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
It is bullshit. Bring back the Crown Nuggets. At least that was good in 2006. Yeah, so like, yeah,
There's a wide
So which
variety of things being referenced in this movie or in regards to the Bush administration, whether it's like the Patriot Act essentially, and then
it's mostly the Patriot Act.
yeah. Well, there's also a big reference to like Guantanamo Bay and the
Yep.
general imagery and treatment of like the people they're taking prisoners. The
Yeah.
whole thing of the black bags over the head is something that's new
Yep.
to the movie.
Yeah, I forgot. I just realized that wasn't the comic. That's absolutely a good
Oh,
known
okay.
thing.
Yeah, see,
Yeah,
I didn't read the
that's-
comment, so.
Yeah. So that's supposed to be reflective of the treatment of prisoners and capture of them in
Gotcha.
Guantanamo Bay.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, like the government's surveilling all of you to like figure out, what you think on things, which
And people
again, is,
willingly, giving
Yeah,
that
what-
up.
yeah, it's quaint, right? Because now, I mean, Ty was just posting that his phone was advertising V for Vendetta
It
to
was.
him before
Yep.
we even watched it. So
Yeah.
it's all listening all the time, and it's just accepted now. But in 06,
It
people
was,
are really, the Patriot Act does suck, to be clear, but
So there's a story with that too, is because I was telling my wife, because we were watching Ralph Breaks the Internet. I don't know if you guys ever watched that, Wreck-It Ralph 2.
Yep.
So
I
we
don't
were
watch
watching that,
fascist
and then
films.
I had that dread feeling going, I gotta watch a movie. So I was like, I gotta watch V for Vendetta at some point, babe. And she's like, oh, okay, I guess you're gonna. And I'm like, no, I'll watch it later. And then when I get in the office to do some editing, I look at my phone on Facebook, and it was just like V for Vendetta is on Tubi, and I'm like, okay, guys, you've never once promoted this to me, ever. Like I've never gotten a V for Vendetta promotion.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's
did
like,
you like something saying hackers were epic and cool?
no, unfortunately, no.
Do you like any
Ow,
Moose
shit.
posts?
No, I did not. No, I don't know. That's just very strange that they would
I
be
mean,
promoting that.
It is strange that a 2006 movie would be promoted on an ad on your phone. Like, what the fuck?
Come on, you love Tubi, right?
You love Tubi.
I didn't use Tubi.
What'd
Me
you
neither.
use?
I got it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Same.
It's okay. I was able to deal with the ads.
I mean, we all hacked into the Pentagon and took this off of Osama bin Laden's flash drive with that
Yeah.
picture of Ray.
Like real, man.
Oh,
My God.
so yeah. Anyway, this
Where
movie.
were we?
Bush.
Oh,
So
we watched a movie?
yeah.
Movie will
So
be part 2.
now we're going to start the movie review.
We are?
What are we, like an hour in? I think.
I could double check. We're an hour
at
1
least-
minute.
And all right, so probably about 55 minutes in the actual thing. So yeah, like I said, listener, you're looking at your time card now, be like, how is this show 19 hours long? There you go.
It got
So now, V for Vendetta, the actual hit movie film. We finally made it, guys. Can you believe it?
Woo!
No. I don't want to go.
Yay.
I enjoyed the
Eleanor,
movie.
I'm sorry we did this to you.
I wanted to go back to the religious analogies segment. That was fun.
Yeah, hey,
Guess
listen,
so-
hey,
we
go
can
for
circle
it.
back to that. We can
Yeah,
go
what's
back
your
to that
favorite
for a little.
religion?
Yeah.
That's a great question. I feel like I should say Christianity, but that Quran, that thing is pretty dope.
The Quran is like really well written. Like of all the religious texts, it's like the best one. It kind of slaps.
Yeah, I got a really cool one I got that's like it's got the Arabic writing, the English, and it's even got footnotes, like a lot of footnotes, but like and it gives you a lot of contexts for especially those who don't really
The real
It-
interesting thing about the Quran is that it lets you just take whatever interpretation of it that you really want. And it lets you kind of do what you want with it.
really nice. I thought it was more that you could sing the whole thing.
That could be it too.
Yeah,
'cause
Arabic as a language is just really cool, I think.
Yeah, I tried learning it once. I mean,
I-
it was
I-
cool, but
I have a hard enough time trying to learn any other alphabet, let alone the
it's
Arabic.
actually writing Arabic is the neatest I've ever written. It's actually really fun and cool.
This just
Speaking
in, Nico is Arabic.
I am.
Yep.
It's
Oh
true.
shit.
All right, hit Muhammad Hassan's theme.
Oh, of course you go with Muhammad Hassan, you sons of bitches.
He's our favorite Italian man. What are you talking about?
My
Oh,
favorite
wow.
Italian, Portuguese, Brazilian, Palestinian,
My rights
Cuban.
have just been
Yeah,
violated. I'm always. Oh no.
we
I
don't
already
make
said
the
too-
rules, Nico. You
All
gotta
right,
break
we
them.
tricked you the first time. Now, after 4 minutes of bullshit, now we're gonna talk about V for Vendetta.
This
Yeah.
movie sucked.
Yeah. So
There you
top
go.
down. What's everybody's like thoughts on the movies, just overall?
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's
7 out of 10. You know.
Yeah,
It's a
Yeah.
solid movie that has a point.
just very
And-
long.
As an
Yep.
adaptation, I don't love it, but as like an individual piece of media, I think it's fine.
Yeah. No, it
It's
holds up well.
it's definitely the best movie of the 3 that we've watched for sure.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
didn't like
all
the-
right.
whoa,
So
whoa, whoa. You didn't like
at the end of
Chevron?
this, at the end of this episode, we're going to do an official ranking of all the movies we've watched.
Sounds good.
We'll get there.
Okay, so the opening of this movie, Natalie Portman, who plays Evie, we don't know she's Evie yet, but we find out, spoilers, starts talking about the gunpowder plot, which I relayed to you, and they just start recreating it
Yep.
here. And the important thing here is that she says we're supposed to remember ideas, not men that can be fallible. And then Guy Fawkes gets executed, and we see the V logo in flames, and it's the title card, and that was pretty cool.
Good stuff. Good stuff. That's like the most direct they're going to be about
The general-
gunpowder. Yeah.
Yeah,
Starts
Yeah,
a lot
just
like
the
that.
general theme, right?
Starts a lot like that Pirates of the Caribbean movie where the pirate gets hung, whatever one that is.
I don't know. I never watched them.
What? Pirates with Nico coming soon.
Oh no.
As-
All right,
As a small aside here, you know what? Let's just get into it. I'll talk about it once we're closer to it.
okay. So in the movie proper, a lot of the story of this movie gets told through like incidental things in the background or TV broadcasts or PA announcements or whatever.
Hmm.
So what's happening here is we're looking at a TV and we're getting the viewpoints of V and Evie, basically.
Hmm.
So there's a news broadcast like, oh, the United States is desperate for medical supplies, and the anchor's like, fuck them, we should recolonize them. This is the anchor of a TV show that gets played a lot through the course of this movie. He's basically like Alex Jones, but, more racist.
Mhm.
So anyway, yeah, that's playing. V's getting ready. He puts the mask on the face. And he-
can I mention
Yeah.
something about that mask shot? So
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that you don't just like because they could have easily done a back shot or something, but what he does is he puts it's a first person view of him putting the mask on. I thought that was kind of interesting. It's like basically trying to like you start off the movie by basically saying you are V, basically, right? Because again, we're getting that first person mask on, and it kind of sets up the whole philosophy of that he's an idea. So I just thought that was an interesting shot.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So
No, you're right.
yeah,
You're right, Nico.
yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I just don't
We
have
didn't mean to
anything
leave you
add.
hanging,
I
pal.
didn't,
I'm sorry.
Exactly. I didn't have anything else to throw onto it. Sorry.
It's okay.
I sat my white ass down and listened.
And yeah, so all our white asses, because only white people are allowed in Bruvland, are listening to this broadcast. V's getting ready. Evie's getting mommied out. The anchor's yelling about how the United States is in the mud because of godlessness. But we here in Bruvland made it through God's judgment because we love God. Also, we got rid of everybody that wasn't white, basically. And Evie's like, come on, dude, and turns the TV off. So Evie is woke. Tragic. Go outside. And like every good dystopian future city. There's just loudspeakers on every street corner with a PA robot that's going through all the time. The PA's like, there's a yellow-coded curfew. It's for your protection. So basically you can't go outside. Evie starts walking around, bumps into two vagrants in the street. Like, hey, it's past curfew. Also, we're fingermen, who are cops, basically. And they just, like, go to rape her. Straight up.
Straight up.
And then V shows up like Batman, starts talking like a twat from a Shakespeare movie.
Oh
And
yeah.
they're like, yeah, who the fuck are you? He just beats the shit and kills all of them, except Evie. And Evie's like, who the hell are you? And V, again, in twat Shakespeare language, he talks like, he talks from a Shakespeare novel, like in poetry or whatever, which he
Yeah.
does in the graphic novel too.
And
So he-
up the amount of V words he uses.
Yeah,
It's like
ton.
48.
yeah. So he's
Which
talking
fit-
like that.
55 of them having V's in general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's like, why do you ask a masked guy who he is? I'm wearing the mask, idiot. And then she's like, yeah, all right, fair. And then he slashes up the propaganda posters that they have, which is, I forget what it's called. Strength through unity, unity through God or something.
Yeah. Through
Some
faith, I
shit
think.
like that. Unity through faith.
Yeah.
Something like that,
It's
They're
basically
everywhere.
just like, hope you're white and Christian.
pretty much. V cuts up a propaganda poster with his V logo. And Evie's like, hey, are you crazy? He's like, yeah, probably. I don't know, whatever, man. And then V's like, whoa, my name's V. You're EV. This is fate. And Evie's like, okay, cool, I'm leaving. But V is determined to groom this young woman. And he's like, hey, come watch this shit. And then
You want to see a show?
yeah, and then he, in his first just real display of just serving unbelievable amounts of cunt,
Oh, it was beautiful.
goes
I just
up
love
on
the fuck ass bob he has. It's so
Oh, yeah.
funny the way it moves.
goes up onto the roof. There's a portrait of the blind justice, or statue of the blind justice, and he's like, I dedicate this performance to you. Starts conducting the air. The clock hits. It's now November 5th. The 1812 overture plays over the PAs. He's conducting the air. There's fireworks outside. I feel like, I haven't seen fireworks in a million years. This is fucking crazy. And they come out and get excited. Then a government building explodes and shoots out fireworks.
Pretty based.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
it's
good.
the statue that gets exploded too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. It shows the chaos of the character and his, like, how he can kind of go through all the little holes and scenes and set up these grand pieces.
Yeah. Yeah, like, so we get the who's Evie, just kind of a person going through the street at night to meet somebody for some reason. I think we find this out later in the graphic novel. She's, I think, younger. I think she's like 16 in the graphic novel.
Oh
Well,
god.
And-
she's 16, I think. Yeah, I mean, in the film, she's meant to be like also 17 or 18.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
she's like 16, and also she's going out to be a sex worker to get money.
So here's the thing, right? I made this joke in my other podcast the other day, saying like this isn't the first movie where Natalie Portman played a girl getting groomed. That's very unfortunate, which I will get into in a second. But then everyone yelled at
I
me
wouldn't
saying
say
there
she's
was
getting groomed in Leon the Professional.
she's supposed to be 12 years old.
But
They
she's not
cut out
getting
a lot of
groomed in
stuff. They cut out a lot of stuff, Pete.
that. Okay,
They
but
did.
The film itself is still not about a girl being groomed. It's about a young girl who has an inappropriate attraction to an older man, but he does not reciprocate.
Well, I mean, it's not a good look either way.
For
But
sure,
that's very
but it's
unfortunate
still
for
not a movie
Natalie
about someone
Portman.
being groomed.
It's very unfortunate that she's playing another character like that, though. Like, they're like, oh, you're supposed to be young. Cool.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Fucking typecast Hollywood. Just the way
Yeah.
it is, I guess.
So, yeah, we found out that Bruffland, it's only white people, and they love God. Also, they're not allowed to go outside or see fireworks. Their police or whatever, or some of them are called fingermen, and I guess they can just rape people, and that's awesome.
Yeah, actually, can I mention something about the rape? Being
Yeah.
people thing?
Hey, slap a trigger warning on
Oh,
the start
yeah,
of
of
this,
course.
by
Yeah.
the way,
Yeah.
for like
Hi-
everything.
High
Maybe
trigger
we
warning.
should just, like,
Yeah, like I'm. You know what? Fuck warnings. I'm going all in.
It's a
on
lot
this.
of harsh topics, yeah.
Yeah, I think that anytime like, cause look, Evie is not meant to be the strongest character. You know, she's not like
in the
you know,
movie.
like in the movie, like in the movie. At least later she is, but in the beginning she's not. Like she's clearly supposed to be vulnerable and part of the system, right? But like, I don't know. I get the point of using a rape scene to show powerlessness, but why did you need two almost rapes? You know what I mean?
It's in like that in the graphic novel too.
Yeah, but the graphic novel, I don't know. Like graphic novels are paced a little better.
I think
Yeah,
the
dude,
the second one is supposed to be a little bit of like a manipulation, and it also is meant to be like this one is abuse of power of a policing force,
Yep.
and the second one is meant to be representative of the abuse of power of a what's it
The church.
Yeah, exactly.
And
A person within the church, which is there's two different angles of the same thing.
yeah, but I guess for the movie's sake, I feel like one I don't know, cause like they basically both hit the same point before V breaks in. I just felt the scenes were kind of a little too similar, and I don't really think. I think one of them added just enough, and the other one was like, okay, we get it, you know. But I don't know. I just it's one of those tropes that it's like, oh, of course they're doing this, you know. Like I get it, but at least for the movie's sake, I would have either reestablished one or cut one.
I don't know how you know we'll talk about it when we get there, but I don't know how you continue the driving pace of the movie and have the same opportunity for Evie to take the action she does without having that specific instance in play.
I don't know. Like I said, I mean, I'm not right either. It's just I don't know. I thought it was like I thought the scene was shot too similarly to the previous one, but we'll get to that.
So yeah, U.S. in the mud, Rovland doing great for sure. They promise. We swear. V talks like a fucking Shakespeare character and also is a superhero. And he's really cool and can blow up a bunch of stuff. So now we cut from this to a meeting of Sealy, basically.
Yeah.
Where the dictator or president or whatever is on the the big 1984 Chancellor. Thank you, He's on the big Mr. House screen.
Yep.
Right.
We get Sele meets How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb or whatever.
Yeah, Dr. Strangelove.
No, Dr. Strangelove.
Yeah, meets Sele.
Yeah.
So the Chancellor and everybody and several ostensibly government muckety mugs are just talking about how the thing blew up. They're monitoring everybody's communication, trying to figure out who did it. They're like, listen, here's what we do. We tell people it's an emergency demolition. They blew up an old V blew up an old Bailey. So they're like, listen, that Bailey was old. We want to build a new one. It doesn't have the decadent image of the past, whatever. They figure out who Evie is, but they still don't get a visual on V because he has the mask.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, the bombs are homemade, so it's hard to trace. And the Chancellor's like, listen, if we fuck this up, we're done here. And then he says England prevails, and we're done with the Zele meeting, I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which, this happens a few times, just sets up, hey, we've got our big cartoonishly evil government and our cartoonishly evil monolith thing going on.
This is something that Alan Moore talks about pretty in depth, and why he's not I think why he took a back seat on this movie and didn't want to be involved with it is the portrayal of fascists being just like cartoonishly evil, which like fascists are a little cartoonishly evil, but at the end of the day, they're also just like everyday people, which like
Mhm.
makes it dishonest in a way to portray them. But like this is also the only way you can portray them in like a 2 hour movie.
Yeah, I agree. And like a lot of the times it's like, like I said, I feel like this became less fascism and more, as I said, Nazi Germany as the movie went on.
It
Yeah.
was really
You know,
based on Nazi Germany.
Yeah, it
yeah,
definitely is. We'll talk about it later, but it's got the red, black, and white color scheme. It's 1,000% supposed to be Nazis.
yeah,
However, Nazis were also fascists.
Yeah, well, yes,
yes,
but
yeah,
there's
but
Italian
less,
fascists.
yeah,
Yeah.
less Mussolini, more Nazi Germany.
For sure. I guess my point is that like when you pair things this way and you make like such big caricatures, it becomes like dangerous as a piece of media because like this is informing people and to a degree. As much as this is just entertainment, like there's so many people out there that the average person is not going to look into the depths of fascist ideology or anarchism or anything like that because like they have to worry about other things in life. But when you present this at a base level and you tell people, yeah, the bad guy's going to be super fucking obvious and you're going to be able to see it easily, it becomes like it's like almost misleading or just dishonest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I get it's just it's a narrative piece that it's a limitation of the medium, but it totally sucks to see that missing from the movie adaptation of this piece of this piece of media specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a guy in this movie that in the graphic novel is like a local crime lord the government just pays off to like be a muckety muck for him. And in this he's just government evil guy.
Yep.
To Pete's point. So like, real people do become involved in these. I guess there's the inspector character who's like the ordinary guy,
Yeah.
but whatever.
Oh, but he's a second-class citizen at that point.
Yeah.
But now
We'll get
there.
We'll get to him in 4 hours because we're, I don't know, 5 minutes into this movie so far. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're cutting to the I think it's just like the office building where the big and I think
The
only like
BTN.
news channel
Yeah.
is BTN
Yeah.
or whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
So Evie and some other lady are just in some kind of room doing their work, whatever.
Looks like essentially a mail room or something.
Yeah, something like that. And the news is reporting about the controlled demolition that the government said they were going to tell people it was. They're saying the police are like, is V gonna blow up Parliament? I don't know. And Evie apparently works in some kind of whatever, like mail girl or whatever role here.
Yeah.
And
Intern, secretary, something.
yeah, and she was going to meet her boss, Gordon, Stephen Fry, last night before the Fingermen got her. So we get a change from, instead of she's a sex worker, she's going out late at night to probably sex work her boss,
Yeah.
which is slightly different.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we see the cops raiding Evie's house because they're like, we got an ID, we got to get her back to the news studio. Evie's bringing some material backstage to what looks like some kind of cabaret club backstage, but is in this building of un-X-rayed material. And it gets open, they're like, what? It's Guy Fawkes masks. What the heck, dude?
What the heck? What
Yeah.
the heck here do? Sure,
And now-
whatever. Just put it over there. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. And now we cut like 3 ways between some cops in a car, Evie and V. So there's police in a car, one of whom is, I think, a guy named Inspector Finch. I forget what the other guy's name is. There's 2 cops. If I refer to cop, I'm probably just referring to the inspector guy.
Yep.
Who's like that, who's the, the archetype in all of these movies of guy that works for the bad government that eventually realizes it's bad and is like, he's that guy.
In the comic, he's pretty much kind of just like ambivalent to whatever the truth is, though. Whereas in here, he's like seeking the truth. He's the truth seeker cop. But like in the comic, he just kind of doesn't give a shit.
Yeah,
That's his job.
Yeah, he's pretty much all about the whole thing. He's just trying to live. which is fairly realistic, honestly. A guy's just trying to make it.
Right. That's what he's
it
doing. How does he still play like a similar role?
Eh,
he's just on the hunt, but there's never like a showdown. He's never like really rapidly like I gotta get V.
yeah.
That's purely movie stuff because
Yeah.
like you need that subplot, you know.
Yeah, he's finding out all the background stuff we get about V, but just like because he's
He's doing his
following the
job.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not on this moral crusade like I need to tell the people about the bad thing or what if we're bad the whole time. He
He's
doesn't fucking
literally
care.
it is like Martin said, he's just a guy doing his job who wants to like move on with his life because like it's all shit anyway.
Which is the much more realistic portrayal of somebody living under fascism.
Yep.
But again, it's a 2-hour movie. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So cops are in the car talking about how Evie's parents were political activists that were detained when she was like 12, and then she got put into juvie for 5 years. So here's Evie's lore dump. Her parents are just gone. They were activists. They got. So Evie starts getting her stuff at work. And then we just cut to V entering the building with the fucking bomb vest on.
He like the cop. Wait, what the fuck was the cop watching on the TV? The security guard.
It was like Stormy something.
Yeah.
That
His
Nazi fucking show.
propaganda show that he's watching.
Yeah.
It was so funny. What the fuck was it called? Doesn't matter.
Lightning Ladies or something. It was like, he's like, I'm watching
Laser
this
something.
Laser Ladies. Get the fuck
Yeah,
away
Shit
from me.
like that.
No. Laser Lady was one of the characters.
Yeah, but like the show had a similar name. It doesn't matter, but it was just funny.
But it was a good. It's a good. I love media.
Me too. It's always so funny.
It is so.
But he's like freaking out. He's like, "Who are you? What are you doing here?"
He's like, I have a bomb vest.
and then it's like the meme response. I have a bomb.
Yeah, they go, understandable. Have a nice day. So
carry on.
Yeah, so he wanders in, and he's forcing the TV anchors, who I guess are live. I think they're just always live. It's the one TV station they have, other than this propaganda show. Like, hey, bring this box of masks to set. And Evie notices all of this and still isn't like, yeah, anarchism is like cool and it's what I want. She's like, this guy has a bomb vest and that seems bad. So she hits the fire alarm. The cops come in because, in this universe, police actually try to stop bad things from happening. They run in and find Evie, and she just starts running away, loses them in all of the crowd, because there's like 1 million people in here. They're like, oh, there's a fire alarm, and or a guy has a bomb. We're getting out of here. Cops set up a perimeter. V hacks into the TVs, and one of the news people puts a CD in, and V starts addressing the city over the emergency channel. And he's just like at a desk with his stupid mask and his bob on. It's kind of a funny visual. So
Yes, Bob moment.
Yeah, and he's got his own logo, VTV, in the corner. He's like,
that to me was like a little too much. I'm like,
yeah.
How am I supposed to?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to believe that this dude like just suddenly hacked that? I was like, yeah, he made his own logo. Like this fucker was sitting on like Photoshop on his Windows 98 computer. Like, let me just cook up a little logo real quick for when I take over the TV station.
You know what? I'll slightly defend this for one reason. And I don't know if it's the movie, whatever.
The theatricality of V in the movie.
Yeah, but not that. It's like because they mention it's like he's got to be getting like access to some of this shit from somewhere.
Yeah.
And I think the implication is that it's supposed to be Gordon Dietrich who's like giving him all this shit.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
And I could see Dietrich making a little stupid V logo, but I don't know. I could be misreading it.
Yeah.
But like, so I'll say, yeah, probably shouldn't have had that, but I could see there being a reason it's there. I don't think it's a good one, but. I'm just throwing the hypothetical out.
So on VTV, V's like, hey guys, we should mark Guy Fawkes Day by talking to people, by having a chat that people don't want us to have.
And that is
And-
that Rob Conway needs to be pushed harder.
Damn right. And that words always have power to those who will listen. So this I fear sort of happens in the movie, but it's kind of the thing where it's like it gets in the Orange Man badge. Surely people will rebel when you just point out the epic hypocrisy of people. It goes away from that, but it's sort of a little bit of that. So anyway, he's like, all right, listen, you people gave in because shit was bad, and you were scared, so you turned to the Chancellor because he's like, we'll fix it, order is good. Which is how every fascist ever comes to power. That's just true.
Yep.
But he's like, listen,
Things
through
are bad.
through my terrorism, you won't be silent anymore. You'll get a 5th of November you won't forget. I swear. So, yes, this is V being like, look, terrorism is cool, and it's going to solve our problems.
This year was a preview. Next year is the remix.
Yeah.
Yep.
I appreciated that there was some understanding that words alone aren't enough to basically do anything. You need to have some kind of violence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that is unfortunately just kind of true.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely situational, but I mean, words do have power, but there needs to be some type of action behind it.
Yeah.
You know? Like Martin Luther King's how again a lot of it just came from his peaceful resistance,
But also,
But
still violence on behalf of state actors that
yeah, it's true, but you could still convey a point without yourselves being violent, right? So in a way, but that's why I want to say violence so much, but action. You need to have action behind your words or nothing changes.
Yes, and I personally am glad the movie points that out. So, VTV is done, and then the cops bust down the newsroom door, and some guy in a mask comes out tied up, and he's like, and they just shoot him.
Yeah, just shot him sight. No questions asked.
I mean, to be fair, would you guys not shoot him?
No, listen, I mean, it's a realistic portrayal of the police, I get it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so they just shoot this guy.
The answer, Nico, is I would never be a cop, so.
Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is if a guy came at me with a mask yelling at me, I mean, it's him or me.
Yeah, but you would never be a cop, so you don't have to worry about it.
That is possibly true.
Uh-oh.
But
Detective
no.
Nico.
Nico works for Interpol. He's got us now. He's taking down
That's right, you
Anonymous.
sons of bitches, we're shutting this down. We know you've been filing illegal Bitcoining to the internet.
Oh, no.
How do you know?
Because you literally text me that and then sent me all the documents of.
No. Ah!
I didn't even have to do anything. You just sent me that. I just said hello and you sent me all this shit. It was
All right, I'm on page 3 of 9, I think, of my fucking document here.
Let's keep rocking.
I'm still on 1 of 6.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the first 7-part.
Hell yeah, dude.
You don't have to do this network episode. Shout out to editor Ty.
He's gonna have a hot one on his hands for sure.
Oh yeah, he's definitely already killed himself. He put the V mask on and just hung himself, and that's just the rest of the video. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So
I can't believe they let us air that.
Yeah, so the cops busted down the newsroom door, shot that one guy, and then a bunch of people that also have masks on. This is what the Guy Fawkes masks were for. Come out and they're like, "Listen, the V put a bomb in the control booth." So the cops run over.
Yeah, Dasco.
Yeah. Yes, Dascom, our one of our guys, stares at the time bomb, trying to defuse it, just having PTSD. In the hallway, V epically pranks some cops by just killing them all in a fight real easy. One of our hero cops is trying to find Evie, or I think just a cop is trying to find Evie.
Yeah.
They find V, point the gun at him, but Evie sneaks up and pepper sprays that cop, and they just take him out. So now Evie is helping V, I guess, probably because they're trying to get her. So, and then they just, like, yeah, get away. And the news report says, hey, V, that guy's a terrorist. But then they show the video of the cops shooting that
The
innocent
random
man.
guy.
Yeah, and they go, we got him. V is dead.
Don't worry about it.
A little too on the nose with the line there, but it's fine.
And now we find that V has taken Evie back to his fun house.
Ooh.
Yep.
And this is where we start getting just the absolute pinnacle of our queer icon
It's
V
true.
serving,
He's serving. He's slaying. He's bobbing.
just unfathomably serving.
If you're in the club and you make eye contact with him while you have a bob, you're fucked because you will lose the bob off.
Mm-hmm.
V, I think, is outdone Officer Sassy.
Yeah,
from the movie
absolutely.
15.
He
Yeah.
serves the most.
Just incredible stuff. So
yeah,
Evie,
he's pretty great in this movie, to be honest.
yeah. Also, side note, V is played by Hugo Weaving. In my head, this was Johnny Depp for like my entire life.
Yeah. It's crazy that Hugo Weaving served so hard.
Yeah.
Like, you could tell he really liked this role.
And it's funny because he was apparently the second one. There was a guy named James Purefoy, and he just hated wearing the mask. So 6 weeks after they were filming, he left.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Hugo Weaving
But he-
eats his stuff.
But he did film
I
some
mean-
of the scenes, so you don't know which one's Purefoy, really.
Yeah, but like, and that's it's Hugo Weaving.
The
Weaving
voice.
speaking. Though.
Yes, his voice, yeah. But body-wise,
And-
it's supposed to be him,
uh,
yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think like this is probably one of his best roles. Like, I can't really think of anything that outdoes this.
Anything. I mean, his Matrix roles are really good.
Yeah, he's good, but it's like a different character. So
For
I don't
sure.
know.
This is the most where I feel like we get to see Hugo Weaving kind of, funnily enough, where you get to see him like emote and express like some goofiness a little bit. Because like
Yeah.
he is inherently kind of goofy in these movies.
Yeah,
This movie.
we should have mentioned this earlier, but he does wear the mask the whole goddamn time.
Yep.
So,
Oh, is he not in the graphic novel?
no, he does. I'm just saying, like, as an actor, he has to embody this character with no facial expression.
Mhm.
Because
That
it's
is
just
true.
the mask.
Although I'll say V in the comic is pretty different too. Just like
Yeah.
he's way more of just like I'm a killing machine, more or less. Whereas
Yeah.
here
More
he's
brooding.
He's less that,
more
more like,
psychotic.
yeah, I was built in a lab to be a killer.
A killing
Also,
machine. Yeah.
I'm a super genius because of the drugs. The
And
drugs. The
here
drugs.
he's more of a romantic
drugs.
about
Yes.
what he's doing and the idea of a revolution.
Yes.
I
He's a human here. In the graphic novel, he's just like a science experiment.
He's a
Yeah.
device. He's
Like-
a plot device
He's
essentially.
an idea.
It makes sense. Yeah, which I get that he's supposed to be like an idea in like both, but like I think this rendition of him, at least from the movie, sounds more like what I'd like to see. I don't know. He's definitely more fun. It sounds kind of like, I don't know, because then when they're just the plot device, it's like, they're just kind of there.
They,
But
they
then
serve
he-
different purposes though. Also,
Yeah.
right?
But then
this is-
Yeah, so I'd have to read the graphic novel, I guess.
Yeah,
At
and then in
least
this
from what
movie,
I've heard.
he still just does some wild shit.
yeah.
That's like, how can this silly bitch do these things? Whereas in the graphic novel, like, yeah, he'd do that.
Yeah,
but-
like it makes sense.
In part 15, we'll get to that. Don't worry. So, we're in V's fun house. Evie wakes up on a bed in a room just filled with books.
Mm.
And she hears music. She's like, damn, music doesn't exist. And so, she's in what
Oh yeah.
he calls the shadow gallery, which
Yes.
is very hard to, like, in the graphic novel especially, but in the movie,
you can't like map what this thing is. It's like a procedurally generated house castle thing.
It's a mind palace, dog.
It is a mind palace where the rooms don't make sense or line up or whatever. So
And
like
we'll get more into that later, but yeah.
yeah, it's so she's going through this weird kind of medieval castle thing or whatever with like suits of armor, but also weird art and also just weird dark hallways and also strange perspectives. It's you have to see the movie to understand the geography of this place.
And he's got his
Yeah.
little record player, not a record player. He's got his jukebox with 827 songs, and he's heard them all.
Yeah.
And he can't dance to them. Maybe that comes in later, but he just can't dance to them all.
Yeah.
Never.
And he's like, yeah, this is my shadow gallery. I stole all this stuff from vaults because we're not allowed to have culture anymore. Which implies that Bruvland ever had culture. They didn't just steal.
Oh, dude, that breakfast he made was fucking nasty looking.
Oh, listen, we'll get to the breakfast. We got a second here.
Oh, okay.
There's a quick scene between this and then V just serving so much cunt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But so yeah, Evie's like, "Hey man, I've got to go. I don't know where I am." And V's like, "Listen, the cops think you're my terrorist friend now, so you're fucked."
So you may as well be my terrorist friend now.
Yes, I took you here so they couldn't kill you. Also, I can't trust you, so you're stuck here for a year. Sorry. And Evie's like, "Fuck you, man," and just runs off into a room, understandably. And then we get a quick scene of the police looking into Evie, and they're like, "Huh, her parents were interned at something called Belmarsh, which, based on the cop reaction, seems to be bad.
Yeah.
And her brother was at St. Mary's, which seems to be even worse based on their reaction. They don't explain what these things are yet."
In the comic, I don't think they mention her having a brother, and
Yeah.
her mom gets killed during like the overthrow when the fascists are taking over, and I think her dad is just like a socialist who gets interned.
Yeah, her parents aren't touched on very much.
Yeah, they're briefly mentioned, but they're not playing like it isn't like a striking piece of the puzzle with her.
So now we go back to the fun house, and V in his hands that are noticeably fucked up. He doesn't have gloves on. They're just all burnt to hell. He's making
my bad.
Yeah, he's making the pinnacle of Bruv cuisine, which is an egg on some bread. And Evie
It's not French toast. It is just egg on bread.
Yeah, and Evie comes out as V has his apron on, and Ty had a video he made that might be on the TikTok. Maybe he puts it in here.
Yeah.
Maybe we put it in here with little hearts around V.
Listen.
Or maybe he didn't, but
in my fantasy booking, Natalie Portman, Evie, wakes up, she looks in, and V is dressed to the nines in an apron for some reason, and he's just bobbing and weaving. He's just being a nasty girl. He's just listening to some Tinashe, and he's just dancing on his own.
Yeah,
and,
V or Tanahashi, who pulled this off better?
Ooh, V definitely because of the bob. If listen,
yeah, if Tanahashi had the bob, it would be different.
Yeah,
I kind of have to agree with Ty on this one.
Tanahashi with the bob got me acting up.
I was like, okay, so this is a queer icon, definitely for sure. He's he's a theater kid. He hates the government. He's not a big fan of the government. He was best friends with a lesbian in the cell, which could possibly just be that person, but we don't know. They'll never know. But yeah, definitely 100% during Pride Month, absolutely.
Queer shout icon. Out to V. Speak your truth, V. So V in his fucked up hands making the egg on bread, and Evie comes out, and because gaslighting works or whatever, and you can just easily manipulate women. She comes out and she's like, "Listen, I'm sorry. Also, I'm grateful to you for kidnapping me and keeping me in your house for a year under threat of violence, basically." And she's like, "Hey, why are your hands fucked up?" And V puts gloves like, "Yeah, I was in a fire. I don't want to talk about it. Sorry."
I mean, to be honest, at this point, it is kind of believable she would just rock with it because it's like, I guess I guess the alternate is going out into the world where you're at risk of being assaulted at any moment, and
Yeah.
you're a target now. And so at this moment, she's just like, you know what? Sure.
Fuck it.
Yeah, and then so he gives Evie egg on bread.
No, hold on. I got the name. Apparently, it's Toad in the Hole.
Horrific.
I don't want to say that.
I'm
not
gonna
gonna
say
say that.
Yeah, we're going with egg on bread. And so Evie's like, man, I haven't had real butter in decades. So more background lore building like this movie likes to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And V's like,
Do you think
Go
they
ahead.
did it well?
I think they did it pretty good.
Yeah, because
Well, I guess I should ask you because I read the graphic novel first,
yeah.
so I knew.
Mhm.
But
I thought it was because there was never like any fucking like super exposition dialogue from like any of the main characters. Like everything generally like there's an example later where they're talking about like water coupons and shit, and it's like, you know, a lot of it comes from like background stuff like the TV, the news, or people just kind of mentioning shit. And like they don't explain how it works or what it is. They just kind of be like, "Oh yeah, that's going on." And it's like, I think it's one, more efficient, and two, it just, you know, it's better world building. So I liked it, but you know,
yeah,
Yeah.
Ty,
You know-
what did you think?
Did you feel like that added any actual flavor to the world of the movie at that point for you?
All right, I missed the initial question. Maybe
Oh,
I'm sorry.
The bit
Nico-
about him having real butter, basically.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Nico was talking about like how basically
That like
they
these people don't
explain
have
the
anything.
world in the incidental or in the background, not like direct. Hey, everything's bad.
Oh,
Yeah,
like
it-
okay.
it's not
Yeah.
like
There's references to the U.S. being like broken apart into like city states everywhere, and that like, you know, just the wider fucked situation.
Yeah, like I thought it was pretty good. It was just like I like that, you know, like it's really settling in that this is like not real in a way. Like this could not be real because like, oh, the government has everything, and that's really making V the real like rebelling against it. I wouldn't even say like, as we mentioned through the first hour about anarchy, just rebelling against like this nasty lifestyle that they gave these people.
Mhm.
And like can't even have butter, can't have culture, can't have nothing.
Yeah, can't have shit.
Can't have
in
shit.
Post-apocalyptic Detroit.
All the news things are all fed to you, and they even said it like an offline of like, oh, you know, like we're the truth, we're not the government. It's like what do you mean by that? Definitely you are, goofball.
no,
So-
definitely.
So Evie's like, I haven't had real butter in decades. And Evie's like, yeah, dude, I stole it from a Chancellor Sutler's supply train.
You stole it from the Sutler. Okay.
Yeah, because V is epic and based.
We need to give more reasons.
How do you do
about,
all
like,
this?
How crazy this guy is.
Should you bring back the lay based?
Wait,
Yeah, and
so
We're not in France, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
so before the whole issue with the blowing up the statue, was V an issue? Because they didn't mention ever that this guy was like a problem.
They kind of hint that shit was going on, but they didn't know anything. This was like the first time they knew it was this.
Yeah, this was the
They
first,
never
like,
had any sightings.
yeah, big public, this is me.
How the hell do you steal all that stuff without being spotted?
Like it's on
Well,
a train.
he's V.
You know.
He's a wild and out, maybe white boy. Probably white
Yeah,
boy. didn't
yeah. And then
kill
the
him.
white girl got him in trouble. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
True.
White girls
Again, Alan Moore doesn't hate women, but in a biblical sense, he blames them.
Yeah, but our show hates white women.
Which one?
All of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. True.
Let's go. Okay, so Evie's like, hey man, do you think blowing up Parliament is gonna do anything? He says, listen, the government needs to be afraid of their people. And if I blow up that symbol of oppression, much like the gamers, people will rise up. That's my plan. It's like, cool.
Yeah, it's a plan.
And then we cut to the guy That's the guy on the news. The guy who was yelling about how, like, the U.S. was doomed because they hate God or
Prothero?
whatever. Prothero, yes.
Prothero.
So he hits almost as many perks as Perk Angle
Oh my.
and
Real.
gets in his shower, which has 3 TV screens in it.
Pretty nice.
He's really feeling himself in the shower right now.
Yeah, and he's on the phone with some kind of underling, really mad about how he was lit as he's watching his own TV show back.
It's basically like, I imagine this is what Tucker Carlson does like all the time.
Yeah, it's like the thing where Derek Jeter would watch highlights of himself and hit his chest going, yeah, Jeets, yeah, Jeets. It's that, but for being racist on TV. So he's watching up on the shower. He starts repeating his own lines back. And then V, using Evie's card to get into this news station / place he lives / whatever, is like, hey, your name's Prothero. That was your name at AMP. We don't know what that means yet. But he's like, what? How do you know that? And then we just cut to his dead body, and the police are there. And they're like, so he's like the voice of London is his official like thing.
Yeah.
Like, this is a government guy.
Again, this is just Tucker Carlson, guys.
Yeah. You've got
Like
Fingermen and you've got the voice of London. So they're all like a body part or whatever is the gimmick. So their official, yeah, their official propaganda man is dead. And they're like, how do we lie about this one? The cops are like, I just say he died in his sleep or whatever. I don't know, man. But also now you have Evie's log on the elevator. And then we just have a quick scene of V having a fake duel with a suit of armor.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
And Evie's like, what the fuck are you doing?
He's just reenacting scenes from his favorite movie, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So all this just sets up that V has a set of armor.
Yep.
So now we're back with the police.
Further setting up the idea of movie V being like a novel romantic type of dude, because comic book V did not talk about the Count of Monte Cristo.
That's right. I didn't write that down, but yeah, they were watching the Count of Monte Cristo.
Yep.
So now we're back with the only cops that are in this fucking movie. They're like, okay, forensics didn't find any part of V at all. No hair, none of the bob, whatever.
That's crazy.
No bob.
But Prothero had just so many drugs. Also, he's an investor in a drug company, and 2 of them have been having problems with people dying, like, this week. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's reported as a heart failure, and then V and Evie are watching government TV back at the funhouse. And Evie's like, this is a lie. I know this anchor has a tell when she's saying something that's a lie.
Yeah, like she blinks a lot, I think is what she says.
Yes. Yep. So they do this often enough that Evie's like, yeah, I know this is bullshit. And then she's like, wait a minute. Did you steal my ID, V? And V's like, yeah, dude. She's like, man, come on. Back to the cops.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt again. So this is kind of where I started to like really notice Natalie Portman in this movie. Like, I can't tell. Is her acting in the first half purposeful, or is it like...
I don't know. Like, when she got her hair cut, it was like completely different.
Yeah. So I feel like it's a creative choice, but...
I think that's purposeful, yeah. It's kind of like that in the novel, too.
Okay, because it's kind of weird that she just...
It's sort of a symbol in the graphic novel and in the movie, too, where it's like...
a transformation.
Yeah, getting like her agency as a person, basically.
However, it's a lot more natural in the graphic novel because all this stuff happens over a longer period of time.
Yeah.
There was more to that scene, Martin, where they decide that he's like, I wouldn't tell a lie to you. I'm not gonna tell you lies anymore. I kill people. I killed Prothero, and then she's like, "What? You killed him?" He goes, "Yeah, I've killed a lot." She's like, "You gonna kill more?" He goes, "Yeah." Probably. So now she's like,
that's the closest
she don't trust
depiction
them.
that we've gotten.
Yeah,
to like an accurate comic book V.
Yeah, so now she just does not trust this guy at all, even though he's like, I'm done lying.
Yeah. So back to the cops. They're like, hey, this guy was in charge of this detention facility called Lark Hill, but I only have this one record of it. So he goes to interview a major in the military or whatever, and he just keeps asking him specifics about this facility that he would have been at. He's like, I can't remember anything, or I don't recall, I wasn't there, etc., 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 like just denying any specific knowledge. And our cop friend just keeps pressing him, and the major is like, listen, buddy, if you know what's good for you, just stop asking. I wasn't there, I don't recall. Just do your job. Which is sort of the start of movie cops turn into, wait a minute, there's
I
something
need to
going
get
on
into
here.
the bottom of this one.
Yeah. Whereas in the novel, it's basically he just kind of finds the stuff out, just like,
And
it's a
just is
living.
like, whatever. I
Yeah.
don't care, man.
just trying to not get fired.
Yep.
So we find out that Lark Hill exists, and this is an important thing, maybe. So now we go back to the fun house, and Evie starts trauma dumping.
God,
She's
I
like,
hate it.
listen, my brother died, my dad lost his shit, my parents became political dissidents, and my dad refused to leave because if we leave, then the fascists win. So they're, fighting the turn toward fascism. And then one night, the cops come, put the black Gitmo bag around her parents as she watches, and just take them away forever. And Evie's like, alright, I think I'm done just being a generic lib now. I'm ready to do terrorism, actually, maybe.
It's to be a super lib.
Yeah. She's gone from Krasenstein to Krasenstein when Trump was off Twitter, and they were losing it a little bit. That's a joke from me and Joe.
No, it's real though.
Shout out, Joe.
Where's Joe at?
Go.
Joe would love you for Vendetta. He wouldn't
You
get
did
it
it.
at all.
Yeah. You. Oh my god.
All right.
It's pretty true.
At 1,000 patrons, Joe will watch and do a solo episode on this called J for Joe Detta. It'll be great.
And if we get even more, we'll have play Mega Man while watching it.
Oh my god.
At 3,000, we'll have him dress up like V and make every listener egg on toast.
And at 3001, I'll release the cut. No ums will be cut out. Joe will be ummed up. He'll go,
No, you
yeah,
need
and then
an
V, then Vendetta. It's a real reverse Joe bit.
Is that
We
why
get-
he loves the Undertaker?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes, it's very
Oh
true.
my.
One.
All right, moving on. So we get a quick scene of cops looking through. They're going through tax records for stuff. So they're like, we're gonna have this. All the electronic copies got dumped, but they find some guy in government building who's like, these are the hard copies we have. Governments always have tax things, so they take their paperwork on whatever this records on Lark Hill and they just leave. And now we start cutting back and forth between V, Evie, and the cops. We go to the fun house. V's like, hey, listen, things are moving fast. I need someone that can act. Help me out? And he was like, yeah, dude, I got it.
He's like, you're a young girl. You got this.
Yeah, and now we get to, there's been trigger warnings for everything, but holy shit, this is, I can't believe of all the things they cut out of this damn movie from the graphic novel, like, this is the thing they kept, because this is crazy.
Again,
it's like-
to reiterate what I said with Nico earlier, I think it's mostly because, like, you can't, like, this is such a pivotal moment for Evie's character. I don't know how you rework this.
Yeah, but it's not even watered down.
No, yeah, it isn't.
It's
Pretty
like,
much is exactly what it is.
yeah, which is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So we cut to the cops real quick. Like, why did this camp have so many doctors and a priest that got paid $200,000 a month? Also, now he's a bishop.
Also, that's 321,000 with inflation.
Christ. So now we cut to a church, where somebody who we presume, because as an audience member we have context, because later find out, is this bishop who worked at the camp.
Mm-hmm.
And he's talking to somebody who's like, listen, sir, we couldn't find anyone as young as you usually like, so we had to get one that's a little older than usual. And he's like, God damn it.
Are you serious, bro? Come on.
Like, yes, I only like children. What is wrong with you? Straight up.
Shocking in the 80s, the norm by this point in time.
Yep. Yeah. In the year 2006, nobody is surprised the priest is doing this.
No, but I just can't believe, like, this isn't us joking or, like, paraphrasing. He's legitimately like, no, listen, how dare you get some girl that's older than, like,
it's like,
10.
Are you fucking serious right now? You fucking asshole. After all the shit I do for you guys,
and the way they have their dress, too. Oh.
Yeah. So then he goes into the room where they found this woman, and it's Evie, dressed up as a little girl.
So nasty.
Which is fucking gross, because it's Natalie Portman, right? So, the respect to her, truly.
One of the executives made her dress up like this, too.
Yeah, true. But also, she's, like, dressing like she's 8.
Yeah, it's so weird.
It's rough. And then the bishop's like, okay, actually, this is fine. I'm horny as hell because you're Natalie Portman.
He said, my bad. I thought you were going to be disgusting and old.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with your game, Natalie Portman. So
I'm pretty sure in the movie she's also still on, not by UK standards or Brevland standards, but she's 17, which is, like, I think age of consent there is, like, whatever, 16 or 17, something like
still
that.
Still creepy. This
Absolutely
like
still creepy.
50, 60 something. But yeah, she's dressed like she's 8, so how this guy gets down.
What the implication is.
Yeah, so then he's like, yeah, I'm horny as hell. And Evie's like, okay, listen, buddy. Somebody's coming to kill you. I want amnesty.
And he's like, oh yeah, you got amnesty, bro. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, because I'm Evie, and V's coming to kill you. I unlocked the window to the next room for him so he can come kill you.
And he's like, oh, role-playing. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and she's like, what? No. And then he just goes to, essay her again, and Evie just kicks him in the dick and runs away.
I'd have to say, like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. That shit is so goddamn detailed. How the fuck do you not take that at least somewhat seriously?
He's a weird dude, man.
Yeah, at this point, like, we just have to believe, like, that everybody, like, again, we were talking the portrayal of fascists and all around bad people in this movie is constantly cartoonishly stupid and evil.
I get it. It's like the Boys comic or whatever. Yeah, it's like everybody's just like a pedophile, just because it gets
just an abject piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
He's too horny. Mm-hmm. So Evie kicks him in the dick. V busts the door down. Evie runs away, and V just kills this guy. And there are like people listening in on surveillance where they're supposed to protect this guy. And they're getting weirdly horny for what they think is roleplay. But then they're like, because it's just like, weird grunting noises of this man getting murdered. Like, oh fuck, this guy's actually getting killed. Oh god.
Oh no, there's the Bob.
Yeah, the Bob is here. This is crazy.
In the comic, he kills him with like a poisoned communion wafer, doesn't he?
Something like that. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
You see that? Why didn't they keep that? That's real cool.
Yeah.
If anything.
I was gonna say they don't show like any of the actual kills for like the main like bad guys.
I think that's how they keep it PG-13.
I thought it was rated R,
isn't it?
On
Tubi, I thought it was R.
Yeah, it should be R.
Yeah, it is rated R.
Oh, okay. Never mind then.
So I'm guessing that was just
artistic decision.
Yeah, that like. Oh, I guess it kind of comes to the reveal that it's his blood he's injecting. Because, like, they do mention, like, poisons, but they can't pick it up. So I guess it keeps it kind of mystery. It's like, what the fuck is he doing?
I think also there's, like, the choice of, like, again, the portrayal of V in here, they don't want to make him too like brutal or crazy. Like in the very first scene, instead of having him just destroy the fingermen, he just kind of non-lethally takes them out for some reason.
Mhm.
Where like comic book V just would annihilate them. Like no holds barred, doesn't matter. I'm just stabbing you to death.
Yeah.
So I think it just goes to the portrayal of the character.
Mm.
So after this, we get another lore dump where there's this guy named Creedy who seems to be a cop of some kind, and he's taken over this series of murder investigations now because he says the party, which is the chancellor, the government basically, is mad as hell. Also,
Oh,
the chancellor thinks V has an informer.
yeah, I should correct. So Creedy is the party leader.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I know. I
Huh.
thought he was like the main head of the police, but no, it turns out he's like the party leader. So I think he has more control over the military and stuff. He's like the prime minister. To like,
No, I thought he was just head of the secret police, wasn't he?
they refer to him as party leader Creedy.
Okay.
And so unless at the end he told everybody I'm the new party leader after he kills before he kills Sutler.
That might be what that is, but whatever. Either way, he's some kind of muckety muck in the party. Whatever.
Hmm.
So he's like, listen, and he has it with the chancellor, and he's in the Sele meetings. He goes,
Yeah.
listen, he's talking to the cops, our cop friends here. Look, I think V has an informer. Also, you should stop investigating Lark Hill because you might be a spy or the informant. Also, you're part Irish. So fuck
Ooh.
you, man.
But is he right?
So
Oh.
apparently, the Brubs have fucked over Ireland yet again in this. This is
Least
definitely not
surprising outcome.
related to Thatcher and the Troubles at all, Alan Moore promises.
Look, I mean, if you're gonna have
No,
like a
but the
racist
big
British
facts, bro.
government, you can't have them not hate the Irish.
Oh, yeah.
Like
But-
that's like a sin.
Yeah, in the graphic novel, Creedy is just like some low-level mob guy with just
Yeah.
some boys that they pay to take people
Handle
out
this.
for him.
Yeah.
No.
Do
Really?
the dirty work.
Yeah.
He's literally like the actual main villain. Like he's like because they make it very clear Sutler is a mouthpiece, but he kind of sucks at what he does. And it's like Creedy who comes up with like all their actual sinister, like crazy ideas.
Yep.
Yeah, it's wild different in the movie. For whatever
I
reason.
mean, I think he's just straight up the head of the fingers, but the fingers are more or less like just not even like a police force, but just like a gang of ruffians.
It might be like how like Adolf Hitler was the head of the like SS party, maybe something like that. But
Sort of, but
Yeah.
it is more gangish, you know.
yeah, I feel you.
So now we go back to Evie, and she's having run away, ringing Gordon, her boss's doorbell, Stephen Fry, and she comes in to hide. She's like, "Listen, buddy, you're taking a big risk by having me in here." And Gordon's like, "Man, I got so much illegal shit in here. You're the worst of my problems. Here's my secret room," and just opens a bookcase into into this secret room in his house. He's like, "Hey, here's my weird Nazi art. And here's my copy of the Quran. I'm not Muslim. Also, I'm gay. I just kept inviting you over here so people didn't think I was gay because I'm supposed to like be weird toward women in our society now, and I didn't want to get killed."
Fair.
Yeah, so we find
It's
out
just a cover up.
yeah, you can't have anything from before like 2000 or whatever,
Yeah.
or be gay, or they just kill you.
Oh, you know what I
And-
just noticed? I forgot to mention this because remember how she had the void sign, the void ID.
Mhm.
Is this supposed to be 2024, 2025?
I
You
think
know, I
so.
didn't actually look.
I think it's
think-
supposed to be 2020.
Oh wow.
Because
Okay.
it
At
said
the V for
void.
Vendetta subreddit, there's at least a meme about it. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, because like then again, I know the British swapped the dates around, so it might have been the 24th day it was voided.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Well, it would have been the no way. No,
The relationship. I mean, go on. Sorry.
no. That would only be if it was a day, but if it's like a month and year, it's still the same.
Well, the Valerie thing later on in the movie did say it was 2015. So
So
Okay.
it has to be past 2015 at least.
What I
Well,
was
no,
gonna talk.
it'd be 20 years. Gone.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is that the relationship and the characterization of Gordon's character are very different between the movie and the comic as well. Whereas Gordon is like just an actual romantic interest for Evie in the comic.
Really?
Yeah, he's not a gay man at all. He just is like a dude. He's not a talk show host, right? I don't. It's been a minute since I read the comic, but
I don't remember much about it. I think he's just kind of a guy.
yeah, he's just a guy that's like friends with Evie, and like she just hides at his place.
Hmm.
And they kind of have like a friendship at first, but then they get embroiled in like a love affair essentially.
Yeah. And
So-
there's none of the weird TV show or whatever. That's all movie.
Yeah,
So,
What
I'll
version's
say-
better?
I'll
What?
say the TV show is probably like my favorite addition
Yeah.
to the story in this. I think it's probably the most poignant thing that they actually added to the plot. But go ahead.
I was gonna say how so.
I just think it's probably the most grounding and real depiction of what happens to like people who like even what's the word I'm looking for, poke fun or just like half-heartedly make fun of like a regime like this, right? Like it is kind of interesting.
No, I agree. I
It's a-
thought
It's a solid depiction of that, which you know I think it actually adds something to an already like good plot. It's not just like flavor.
I agree. I thought it added a lot. That's why I was like, oh wow, they really changed that shit up. I thought it was a good addition.
Hmm.
Yeah, they really cooked on that one.
Yeah, totally.
So, yeah, so Evie's at Gordon's house. He's been like, I'm gay. Here's my gay room with my Nazi art. So now we go to our cop
Also, my
friend.
Quran.
Yes, also my Quran. Inspector Finch or whatever talking to the coroner. I forgot the word coroner, so I have morgue doctor written here. But I'll correct it, don't worry. So he's talking to the coroner, and she's like, hey, I don't know what this tox report is. This shit could have come from anywhere. Also, I used to be a botanist. And Finch is like, this V guy has a flower that he leaves where he kills people. Please, it's a rose. Please do science to it. Thank you.
You need science analyses.
Yeah, she's like, you got it, boss. So they go back to their office and they, get into their computer records again because this is most of what they do in this movie is look on the computer for records. And they're going
That
through
is a lot of it.
Yeah.
through a staff list at Lark Hill, that detention center we keep hearing about. She's like, all right, they're like, all right, only one of these people is still alive. They tried to leave the country. It was denied. Then there's no records. And also, this person changed her name. Wait a minute. This doctor at Lark Hill is the coroner I was just talking to. Oh god, oh fuck, oh no. He's gonna kill her. So they run out the door. And we cut to the coroner in bed at night. And she just hears a bump and wakes up. And the first thing she says basically, oh, thank god you came to kill me. And she's just talking to the nothing basically in the dark, and eventually V just kind of fades into view. And she's like, yeah, I'm bad and I have this coming. I knew you'd do it at some point. And then she goes on like, hey, I was trying to change the world. And V's like, yeah, I know, but also what you did was fucked up. She's like, yeah. She seems to know
Maybe-
exactly
Maybe
who
don't
V
do that again.
Yeah, she seems to know exactly who V is.
Mhm.
And then V gives her the rose that he leaves everywhere. He's like, hey, by the way, this won't hurt. I poisoned you while you slept. You're gonna die in like a minute. It's painless. And she says thanks and apologizes and just dies.
Another point of interest that I kind of liked. I liked how she like asks like, "Can I apologize?" And like, if this was any other movie, they'd say some stupid shit like, "No, this is my revenge," or they'd do some dumb shit. But I liked how he was just like, "Of course you can." Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought that,
She's like, is it too late to apologize or whatever? Right.
he's like, "Never."
Yeah, some shit like that.
Yeah.
That was nice. I liked it.
Yeah, in the graphic novel, this is probably the most human V ever is, also. Because it goes down pretty much like this.
This is the closest we get to a character in this movie that's not a complete, like, two-dimensional character either. That is part of the villain force, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's the one thing I really like about this scene.
Yeah.
Definitely a highlight scene of the movie.
She's not a cartoon monster. It's nice.
No. Absolutely. There's remorse and there's nuance to the performance as well.
Mm-hmm. It was
Like,
excellent.
yeah. He still kills her, but he gives her... Everybody else seems
Basically
like they died
penance.
real upset and hurt, but she just goes out sleeping, basically.
Yeah, I think like with this and Evie, and I don't know if they do this in the graphic novel, but they try doing it. It seems he's coming out more as the movie goes on. I think that's what they try to show.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
There's definitely an intent of like, wow, like
Mhm.
he's being humanized and he's building real relationships with the person in the movie.
Mhm.
But it gets a little shattered for me by the fact that, like, spoilers, but it eventually does devolve into like a romantic relationship between Evie and V. Just don't care
Yeah.
for that.
Which
Yeah,
is, like, not earned at all and comes off of the... We'll talk about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yep.
Graphic novel V doing shit like he does to Eevee makes a lot more sense than movie Goofy V does. But this
Yeah.
shit was great.
Yeah.
So, and V's gone. The cops show up in the coroner's bedroom, and she's dead. And V has just left her journal out in plain view.
Mhm.
So the supposition is that like V wants them to read this. How
Find the
does V-
truth, bro.
Yeah. How does V know that they're looking? I guess he figures. I don't know. But he leaves the journal out for them to read. So the cop does, like, off screen. And we go back to the Zele meeting, and Mr. House Chancellor is up on his big screen. Because we only see the Chancellor, like, as a person once. It's usually just him up on this giant screen with his head. So
Yeah.
he's talking to the Chancellor about the journal. And Chancellor's like, hey, never talk about that shit again, or you're gonna get hung for treason. Also, that thing's an elaborate forgery, or that lady's insane. It's not real, I promise.
Yeah. That's the explanation.
So now we get a flashback to this Lark Hill Center, and our POV is Dr. Stanton, this coroner, that just died. And it's basically her, like, narrating exactly, you know, what was going on here. So they bring a bunch of people in chains off of the back of a pickup truck.
Mhm.
And she's trying to develop what seems like some kind of vaccine or biological weapon or both or something. She doesn't make it immediately clear to begin with. It's sort of chronological.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
It's supposed to be like a bioweapon at some point there. That's what they end up going with, kind of.
yeah. And so we see Prothero and the priest as like the military and the church here to monitor for violations. But they're like talking to each other, and the Major Prothero's kind of like leading him away from seeing anything. So, like, you know, they're getting paid to pretend like they're, you know, dealing with this, but they're not at all. And then we find out within months from Dr. Stanton, 75% of the subjects are dead from just, you know, what they're doing to them. Time passes on. Later talks about one subject who was given amnesia, but also has become basically a superhuman by the mutations or whatever from the injection. They kind of leave it ambiguous what exactly they're doing here. but there's one person that's like okay. After all this, everyone else has basically died, and he's kept in room 5, but it's in Roman numerals, so that room is V.
Also,
Whoa.
let me absolutely say, this is such a like. All right, I'm gonna go crazy on this one. You guys are familiar with? I mean, Metal Gear Solid 5, right?
Yes.
It's my
Kojima
next note.
Yeah, Kojima refused to call it Metal Gear Solid 5. It was Metal Gear Solid V for Venom Snake.
Yep.
Ooh. I mean, all right. You guys know the lore? Can I spoil Metal Gear Solid 5?
I know it all.
Yeah,
All right.
Metal Gear 5 spoilers. Watch
All right.
out, everybody.
Metal Gear 5 spoilers. It's time. You play as an amnesiac soldier who's been brainwashed into thinking they're Snake. Essentially, taking on the role of an idea, something greater than the actual persona of Snake or Big Boss, whatever. So it's just essentially ripping the idea of V from the comic book movie and placing it into the Metal Gear Solid canon, but with the placeholder of yourself in the character's shoes.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, pretty much.
So once again, Kojima's a freak.
And to continue this, Ash talks about that it's November 5th, and the camp just blows up and wipes out all the research. But she describes this creature with, like, no eyes that's just on fire. Looks like the burning guy from Metal Gear 5 is what I was going for.
The
I had
Fury.
I have the order. It goes from V to Joshua Graham to the Man on Fire.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. So I was thinking of the Fury from Metal Gear Solid 3. But yeah, that's totally, the Man on Fire from, what's his name? Volgan from Metal Gear Solid 3, but in 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have this burning individual with, like, no eyes and just kind of a humanoid shape out in the distance.
So
She's like, it had no eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. And she's like, oh, I fucked up. This guy did it for real.
So
Oh, he's so real. He's him.
Yeah, the implication is this is V.
Okay, so like, I guess when I think, do they explain what happened in the graphic novel?
Yes.
Mhm.
V procures. V starts, like, making runes and calculations on his cell floor in, like, weird powder. Like, oh, this guy's a genius, but actually it's explosives.
Yep.
That he made.
But he might also just be a genius and also like explosives too.
Yes, because he's a super genius because the thing gave him, like, weird brain powers.
Yep.
Whereas in this, it's just like, damn, V's a force of nature, basically.
Okay. Yeah, that was like, this movie's actually, they don't really depict V as being too crazy OP. But outside the scene where he's burning alive, basically.
He's just standing in the fire.
Mhm.
He just hanging. He's chilling.
What do you mean hanging?
He's just hanging and chilling. He just puts his arms out and he's going, ah. And he's just burning up. But he's fine. He'll be fine.
He's fine. Yeah. V is fanging and banging.
Yeah.
So now we're back to the present day in Gordon's house, and he's making egg on bread for Evie.
No.
Just like V did. And
So-
Gordon's like,
What do you call it? Frogs in a pocket.
Toad in a hole.
I like frogs in a pocket better.
I think
It does
that's
sound
better, yeah. And then Gordon just starts fucking with it. Like, yeah, I'm V. I did all of it. That's me all the time. And she's like, shut the fuck up, just like when Ty does a bit.
Yeah,
So
kill that guy.
now we cut back to cops in their cop office. And he's looking into deaths at hospitals and from some kind of virus or whatever on the internet, because all these cops do is look on the internet, like I said.
Just
And now
like
he's got
me.
a
I'm just
yeah.
doxing people.
And now he's got a big conspiracy board, linking all sorts of things.
Mm.
And then cop to his cop buddy is like, hey, this doesn't leave this room. I want to talk about that real shit.
Mhm.
It's like, yeah. Like, hey, man, what really happened at St. Mary's and Three Waters? And we still don't, as movie watchers, know what this is. But he's like, what if we did it the whole time? What if we did the biological attack,
What
not
if
the
it was-
terrorist?
What if it was you?
Yeah, what if it was us? What if the terrorist that confessed didn't actually do it? And maybe we're bad the whole time. And if we're bad, do people really want to know? Cops like, damn, that's crazy. So this is where you fully get Inspector Finch's descent into what if we're the baddies territory that he pursues the rest of the movie.
Do you think he got a call afterwards from Mark Henry and said, "What if it was you? What if it was you?" And then he hung up the phone scared. He goes, "Oh no."
Can we put Mark Henry in the Guy Fawkes mask?
That's the cover of this for sure.
That's what happened to the pre-looped Mark Henry before he got stuck in the looper universe.
There's an alternate universe where Mark Henry is V.
Yes.
Yeah, Ty, in the video right now, I need you to go into WWE 2K24, make a Mark Henry in the Guy Fawkes mask, and have a match with him versus Batista now.
There it is. It's playing right now.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Wow.
3-6 Mafia is there in person.
He put him through the table. Oh, he broke his ribs.
Wait,
No.
why Batista?
What if it was him? Batista wouldn't have done it if it was Mark Henry.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what if it was them that poisoned the well? You don't know.
Yeah.
What if Mark Henry poisoned their well? They wouldn't like it very much.
If it was you.
Yeah.
And then we cut back to a Sele meeting real quick, and they're like, we've been doing surveillance. 80% of people think V is alive and also that he's based. That's not good for us.
Public opinion is up huge right now.
Yeah.
Also,
now we go.
Again, that's something that's never touched on in the comic. The public's opinion on V or what's happening is just not like a plot device at all. Like, it just doesn't matter. He's a force outside of whatever the public wants.
To be fair, it doesn't really matter here. It's just kind of brought up as like a perspective thing. Like,
However, I'll say it is driving to like the climax of the movie where you see like everybody kind of standing up and being like the Spider-Man 2 moment where like they're all defending him on the train. He's just a kid, but he's just a war criminal.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Like, it does build to that, but other than like that's the only reason it exists. Otherwise, the dialogue is superfluous at best.
Yeah, it's just flavor.
Mm-hmm.
So Pete would know more than anybody. Eddie, Pete would know more than anybody. What is the connection between this and Pennyworth? The show Pennyworth.
Oh God! I remember hearing that was going to be a prequel to a V for Vendetta.
That's what it says.
Yeah, I don't know. I never bothered to watch Pennyworth because I'm not a freak. So like,
what the fuck is Pennyworth?
You're not a freak?
Yeah, I am a freak, but I'm not that kind of freak.
Oh,
it's a different flavor. It's on it was like what was it? It was on Fox, right? The Gotham show.
Yeah, it was the Gotham show's like spin-off about
Alfred
Pennyworth.
Martin, there was a show called Gotham on Netflix. It was about a young Commissioner Gordon solving crimes, and then a young Batman is also in it, or young Bruce Wayne, and then what's his face? Alfred Pennyworth is also in it. And then after that show ended, they're like, we're gonna do a spin-off about a young Alfred Pennyworth and his time with the British military and shit. And that was supposed to be some type of prequel to V for Vendetta somehow.
Yeah, it says this third season introduces V and also has like the precursor to the, what do they call the bad guys? Oh crap, I just had it.
The Finger.
Norsefire?
Norsefire, yeah. It was supposed to be the origins of Norsefire throughout the season 3 of Pennyworth.
Yeah. That is booty butt garbage. Nobody should consume it. And I think Alan Moore would probably shoot you if you tried to talk to him about it.
Why would they do that?
I don't know.
So
it's regrettable at best.
Oh God, yeah. I don't know, man. That is some strange shit, man.
It's unnecessary and it's garbage.
No, we're gonna review that show next. Come on, boys. 5,000 Patreons.
All right, yeah. So we go from the government propaganda of V being based and they hate it to now our best friend Stephen Fry Gordon and Evie are at his house, and he pops some champagne. He's like, "Listen, this is the best show we've ever done. It's gonna be fucking awesome. I swear. This approved script from the censors. Fuck it. We're doing it live. I mean, it's not live; it's recorded, but he's really gonna go for it."
And
And
like he cooked, honestly. This was
oh,
probably
yeah,
the
he
most
cooked.
entertaining addition to like the plot possible, right? Like this this whole bit just fucking what's the word I'm looking for? It gives purpose to Stephen Fry's character even being here, being added to the movie. There's just like, wow, what a good addition. Good idea, guys.
Yeah, so get ready for this epic programming that I mean this is a network for adults, I'm assuming, but so what he does is he's on TV, he's like, "Hey guys, look, it's Chancellor Sutler." And then a very short man that is clearly not Chancellor Sutler is on the screen like, "Hey, I'm a wacky little guy." And he starts falling over and doing Benny Hill hijinks and just looking like a real embarrassing character. They're really socking it to him, this Chancellor Sutler guy. He must work there or something. And periodically, there are different V's that are appearing on TV in the mask.
Doing wacky hijinks, performing small pranks.
And then they Scooby Doo and they're like, "Who is V?" And then they pull it off, and it's another Chancellor Sutler. Oh my god, this is crazy. There's two of them, and then they both do the bit where they're like, "I'm the real Sutler, kill that guy."
Yep.
And two television soldiers go, "Well," and they just shoot both of them. And that's the show, is Chancellor Sutler as a fake comes on and does wacky bits and hijinks with fake V. And we get a cut to actual Chancellor Sutler and his wherever he is, very angrily gripping up a wine glass. He is not pleased.
Fool.
I thought it was a
Basically.
pretty good show.
No, it was really entertaining. Good bit. I love it. No notes. Couldn't have been a better bit.
Yeah,
I mean, he cooked so hard. He flew too close to the sun.
it's true.
He truly did. Because next on the phone, we see him talking to his agent or something. It's basically like, "Hey man, you shouldn't have done that. That's a bad idea. They're gonna be mad." And Gordon's like, "Fuck them. I bring the ratings just like Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah.
They can't do shit to me. I'm popular." And then we get a cut to it's nighttime, and the cops with Creedy are just busting into his house. They beat the shit out of him as Evie is hiding under the bed. You just see his like flattened face hit the floor, and he
Yep.
gets black bagged for
Guantanamo
making
Bay
fun of
time.
yeah, for his epic pranks. He's been shipped off, and
He
Evie
did.
runs away out the window, and
Yeah.
somebody from the shadows, who we don't really see, we assume it's a cop, also just clubs her in the head and ships her off to Gitmo as well.
Yep. She's off to Gitmo. Stephen Fry's off to Gitmo. We never hear from them again. That's the end of the movie.
All right, thanks for watching, everybody. We're gonna
Great day,
replay. Yeah, we're gonna play V. Mark Henry versus Batista again.
Yep. Enjoy the rest
Yeah.
of the video. There's probably about an hour left because that match takes so long. Trust me.
Yeah, at 47:20, Shinji's gonna run in. It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the Spider-Man custom is going to show up too. It gets crazy.
So now we get to, after just some wacky hijinks that end with two people getting sent to Gitmo, we open up with Evie having recovered from being knocked the fuck out in some kind of interrogation chamber where a guard. It's dark, so we never like see their face or whatever. Everything is, except Evie, is lit like real shadowy. So you never see any of these people's like faces or just kind of like a humanoid shape that's yelling at her.
Mm-hmm.
But so she's in some kind of interrogation chamber. She's like, "Hey, you did a whole bunch of crime, and that's bad, and we're gonna fucking kill you by firing squad unless you tell me either who and or where V is, in which case you're just free to go."
Yeah, just tell us about this V guy. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Just tell
Like-
and then you live.
Yeah, she's like, I legitimately don't know. Even if I wanted to help you, I like can't. Please understand. So they go, well, okay. Then they cut her hair off,
Yeah.
and in the movie, I mean, it's a movie, so it kind of has to go quick. But like in the graphic novel, this is like the seminal like moment in Evie's life where you cut the hair, you get the big change in like personality. It's kind of a common trope, but
Hmm. Hmm.
it's treated as a much bigger deal than it is here. I think just due to time constraints, but the cutting the hair thing is really where she becomes the Joker and
Yep.
is just fully on board with being a weird anarchist or whatever in the graphic novel.
Sidebar. There's like I always think about this. It's really fucking stupid. Do you guys remember Between Two Ferns?
Yeah.
No, no.
It was like a fake talk shows that Galifianakis used to do where he would bring on celebrities and essentially just antagonize them about like random topics. Obama showed up on it at one point. There's a whole bunch of shit. He had what's her name, Natalie Portman on it, and he goes, "You shaved your head for V for Vendetta. Did you also shave your V for vagina?" And that's the only joke I remember.
Well, what was the answer? Don't leave us hanging.
To be honest, I don't remember. I just remember that setup.
All right.
Bruh.
All right, we're going to put the whole episode and her response into the video right here, Editor Ty.
V for vagina. Just remember that, folks.
It's going to be on the soundboard. If Ty hasn't played it 19 times by now, then Editor Ty has also been black bagged and sent to Gitmo. There he is. He's eating his spubby. He can't respond.
He's getting sent to Gitmo.
Yeah. So back in Gitmo, her hair has been shaved off, and we now have a shaved head Natalie Portman. And they just chuck her into a prison cell, and she's just, sobbing because she's in jail, as you would
Super
expect.
prison, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, super omega fuck dick mega prison. She's in one of the stall. I think there's like a toilet. I don't even think there's a bed. There's no light.
Yep.
It's fucked. And, she just gets tortured a whole bunch. Not quite dunking her head into water, calling her a piece of shit, whatever. Your standard CIA Black Ops torture.
Yeah, I mean, they're just steps removed from waterboarding because they probably have a version where they did that, but they just didn't put it in the final cut.
Yeah, probably would have been too much.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I don't know if that's true or not, but
Alan Moore probably called them pussies for not, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, real.
So she's getting tortured, and then they throw food into her cell, and a rat just comes out of the wall and walks over to the plate and refuses to eat it and runs away, which I thought was pretty cool.
That's fun. Yeah, it's a good little bit. It's like, hey, fucking rats won't even eat this garbage.
Yeah.
Like, you're
So
fucked.
keep that in mind. She's being physically and emotionally tortured and being served food that rats refuse to eat for a very long time.
Yep.
And
this is all in George Bush's prison.
It's true. And you're led to believe that time is passing just as these scenes keep playing out in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And we eventually get a scene where there's like toilet paper of some kind being passed through a crack in the wall. And so she grabs it. And what happens here over the course of a few scenes, then we're led to believe that all of these notes that are being passed over some amount of time. It's never really clear what, but time is clearly passing. So what is written on this toilet paper is essentially this woman in another cell, ostensibly next to her, named Valerie, is just passing notes and is like, hey, I'm gonna die, and this sucks, but I want somebody to know my story. Also, I love you. So this Valerie person talks about in 1985, she sees a girl's wrist and decides she's gay.
Real. I had the same experience in 1985.
She couldn't handle it, man.
Same, brother. Like, I'm not kidding. This is like, I noticed her wrist.
Yeah.
And it was great. So she's like, huh. And then
So it happened when I saw Mina Shirakawa for the first time.
Oh my god.
Ty post Mina Shirakawa's wrists. Thank you.
Oh.
Show her wrists.
There they are.
we risk posting.
Yep, thank you.
And then in 2002, in this movie, we cut to a scene where she's got a girlfriend, and they're at her parents' house, but her parents won't accept Valerie for being gay. Back to Evie being tortured for information she doesn't have. Back to the letter scenes. The next one that she gets talks about how in the in-universe 2015, Valerie started a movie, she met a new girlfriend, they moved in together, and she starts growing roses. And these roses are the same ones that V grows at his weird castle. She's growing them in a window box. And then on TV, there's just another one of those news reports, like how they tell the story that they haven't done a lot of this movie. It's talking about how America's war has come to the UK.
Yeah.
And yet nobody's allowed roses or anything cool or good anymore.
You're not allowed to have fun.
More torture. Back to Valerie. The Bruv Nazis have taken over at this point. They start showing basically all the gay people being beaten and taken to Gitmo. Valerie's girlfriend was taken. And Valerie was also taken, and this is where she's like, I'm going to die here, but I hope things are better for you when you escape. Also, I love you.
Yeah,
It's a little
I don't
personal,
know.
don't you think?
maybe. I don't know. What did you guys think of the whole Valerie plotline?
I liked it.
I think it's wonderfully shot, and it's a nice story, right?
It also like puts something in your brain that could possibly be V as Valerie, just because of all the context clues given to you.
Mm-hmm.
You never know, but you know, we don't. None of us do. But I feel like in the movie, I don't know about the comic book, Valerie being V, like being tied together, makes sense.
No, that's not what it is. In the comic, V reveals that basically Valerie was first. All right, never mind. I'm not gonna say anything. Continue the plot for now, Martin.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. The way she made those was it the toe in the hole?
Uh-huh.
She was slaying that.
Yeah.
Or if it was Valerie.
There
was a lot of-
frogs, bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
Frog pocket.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So
people
fuck did I
love
call it?
toast egg.
yeah. I only had one issue with this thing. And
Yeah.
it wasn't the story. It wasn't how it was shot. It was just
You hate gay women.
obviously not.
Nico hates gay women.
I refuse. Rebuke. Anyways, now I
During
just
Pride Month, you would take this stance.
Yeah, you said.
oh you fuckers.
I remember
Happy
Nico.
Guy Fawkes Day and Pride Month.
Oh my no. Let me. So my big thing was like I just hated how blatant they pushed the Nazi allegory. It was
Yeah.
just too much. Like maybe that wouldn't bother most people, but like it was just like too much. Like I mean I get it's a movie. You gotta obviously the comic book's more subtle or nuanced or whatnot, but like even for a movie, I just thought it was a little too ham-fisted. Like the
What-
actual story was good. I loved the way it was shot. It was probably some of the best shot scenes in the movie, but it was like every second it was just Nazis.
Was this not directed, but like written? Like I know the Wachowski's American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's probably why. Because it's just like if it was made by bruv people. Don't want to. That's a slur. Sorry, guys. If I made it by bruvs, it probably wouldn't have been more about Nazis, more about like the original source material. Just because it's for an American audience to connect better with that, you just go, oh yeah, Nazis were bad. That makes sense. Yeah, these guys are bad.
Yeah, but this was more than like a lot of other stuff. I mean, I've seen enough movies to be like, oh, this is a Nazi reference, whatever. But
Yeah,
like, I don't know. It was a little too ham-fisted.
I agree.
I think in 2006 it was a little more shocking than it is now, where people just do this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on. I forgot to hit the button. Apologies.
Hit it.
There we go.
Okay.
It's just kind of like that thing where it's more comfortable for American audience to hate Nazi-like stuff rather than just being like a government thing.
Yeah,
At
but
that
there's a
time,
difference-
especially.
But there's a difference between like, oh hey, they're clearly Nazis to, are you stupid? They're Nazis. We keep punching you in the head over it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, this was just spoon feeding.
How many video games did we get around this time that were World War II based about killing Nazis?
I mean, it was starting to die by this point.
Oh.
But yeah, 2005, 2006, this was about to death.
Yeah.
I mean, World
Yeah,
War One
they
still
took
came out in 08.
Wolfenstein too.
Yeah, but that
Yeah.
was like a final goodbye, basically. But like the main World War II games basically stopped around the end of that PS2, GameCube, Xbox era.
Well,
Yeah,
we got World at War for a second.
Yeah.
and shit, right?
Yeah, which again, that's just Call of Duty being Call of Duty.
Yeah, I
Nazi
remember
zombies.
when World at War came out, people were like, World War II again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
people were pissed.
That
Yeah,
was
it-
a thing.
Yeah, it was actually pretty good, but
Yeah.
that's why it lasted. But like, no, people like literally 2007, once Modern Warfare hit. I mean, that was like the death. That was the death of World War II games.
I just feel like from a company standpoint, Warner Brothers was probably like, hey, yo, make this more about Nazis because people won't get it and won't buy it. Who knows?
Yeah, but once again,
You're right,
it's
though.
fine
No,
because the rest of
you're
the
right.
movie does. Yeah, the rest of the movie does it fine. It's like, yeah, it's a little over the top, but it's like, okay, the Nazis, whatever. This scene was just, hey, look, dumbasses, if you didn't realize it, by this point of the fucking movie, they're Nazis. It was just too much.
Dear patrons, we get 10,000 patrons. We will review Who Saved Hitler's Brain in full. Let's do it. Hit
I don't even know
that
what
subscribe
that
button.
is.
Oh, you don't know about Nazi exploitation films? Come on, Nico, dude.
Not really my bag of tea.
You're the cinema snob.
Oh, hey. Dude, I have
Oh, shit. He's here. Get him out of here.
Now, don't worry, you don't have to do this. We'll be back with the channel awesome series of videos, which will be 10 years long.
It'll just be us, dude. I can't force them to do it. They'd watch
Nobody else
Kickasia and just leave. They would not even stay. They'll just be like, well,
Oh, come on,
it was
they
fun.
gotta watch it briefly. But we're off track.
I'm sorry. I hit the road off the road
a-
button.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say a great sequence. So overall, I just thought this is where they really ham-fisted it.
I
What?
just want to talk about how this was probably really bold at the time to
Sure.
have like a gay relationship
Yes.
A portrayed at all, and B is like you are sympathetic to these people.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And through the lens of sympathy and like, wow, the oppressors are actually wrong.
And they didn't
Yeah.
make him like super like gay. You know what I mean? Like they didn't make him
Yeah.
like a stereotype. Like, oh, they're
No.
just oh, she's a lesbian, so she's gruff.
Yeah,
No,
for
no,
sure.
she's
They're
just normal.
No, it was
These are
handled well.
persons.
It's different at that time, especially when we're going through Raw. SmackDown doesn't really have too much lesbian stuff, but we just got out of the Mickey James Trish angle, so
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna throw out my hot take here, so be ready.
go
to
on,
censor.
tell me.
I've always found in media that if you want to show representation, they almost always go lesbian
Yes,
because it is just easier for people to accept. Because if this was two gay men, that would scare them. They'd lose money or whatever. It's like just one of
Yeah.
those weird media things. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
obviously, even now in 2024, when again, it was at statistics like 10, 15 years ago, it was like 50-50 on gay marriage. Now it's 90-10. Even now with how accepted all this stuff is, putting two gay men in front on TV, it's still kind of a bigger deal because it doesn't happen often.
Yeah, there was that like gay romantic comedy that came out, like
I was
last
trying to think
year.
of what it was called.
Bros, I think.
Bros, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was like standard fare for a romantic comedy, just with like two gay dudes, and like it was good. It was
Yeah,
fine.
and then you're sitting
Yeah.
there with a look on your face, going, "God damn it! Why can't Triple H and John Cena just kiss already?"
I'm just sitting there nodding my head so everybody in the theater knows that I agree with what's happening. Wow, this is so good. While the old couple in the middle of the theater gets up and leaves after 10 minutes. Real experience, by the way, guys.
Oh, cool.
They didn't know what they got themselves into.
Oh no, people in love. And so yeah, in 06, that was a bold choice. And it plays out the same way in the graphic novel, and that's like 1980s in Bruvland, which is even like
more
crazier.
Aggressive. Yeah, because like this is supposed to be the like while it's happening, while the bad shit is happening, this is supposed to be the stance of like, hey, this could happen again. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not different in the graphic novel than it is in the movie. It is still an explicitly lesbian relationship, and you are to hate the people that are stopping this.
Yeah.
So shout out to Alan Moore in 1980 in Bruvland.
He was
they legalized gay marriage in 2014, by the way, and it depended on which part of the Bruv Kingdom, but that was Bruvland specifically in Bruv Wales.
Was it 2015 here?
That was the Supreme Court. There were other states where they had legalized it. But
state legislature had already kind of done that. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but 2015 was when they were the official, like, you just have to let people do it.
Yeah.
I don't fucking care what you think. So, yeah.
I don't care if you don't want to make the gay couple a cake.
Yeah, it's like, let them eat cake, you fucks.
Yeah, man. Agreed.
All right, Ty, throw up Marie Antoinette with the V mask.
Oh, there it is.
She is. Goddamn.
Marie Antoinette in the guillotine.
Oh no, her head is falling. Dude, no.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
That's the one.
Oh god damn it.
Look, she was nice with it, to be honest.
Hey, I'm just gonna say it, Louis the 16th.
Because she ate cake all the time, bro.
All right, guy.
Who?
Yeah, they were
Louis
much
the
worse.
16th? Yeah, that was. He was okay.
Yeah.
He was just
as far as monarchs go, there were definitely worse.
Yeah. He was just kind of like weak and not the smartest guy, but I mean, he actually liked his kids. That was a rarity.
Yeah.
Tune in soon. Nico will rank his favorite monarchs.
No.
Like of anywhere or just France?
No, just anywhere.
That's a 9,000 part series.
Oh, just his favorite.
That's oh man, that's a lot of research.
After this, we're gonna watch The King's Man, and then we're gonna talk the portrayal of Grigory Rasputin in it.
All right, listeners, the 5-hour minute in this podcast, Nico will give you his favorite Capetian.
Yes, that's what we've been waiting for.
Okay, where the fuck
were the Romanovs wronged?
Yes and no, but
all right,
kind of.
Depends on which ones.
Yeah.
The kids, yeah, probably them. The other ones, since the.
I guess it depends. I want to say, like Louis XVI. So I want to say Tsar Nicholas II was bad. He just wanted to be a general. That was kind of his character.
And hang out with the wild and out Siberian with a massive schlong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was his wife, but yeah.
All right.
They never proved it.
What?
Never proved that he was fucking her or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, that was
That's
never
just
proven.
Yeah.
But the noble women.
Oh yeah, he was.
He was all.
He was making his rounds.
All right, Ty, throw up Rasputin in the V mask.
Yeah.
There he is.
Rasputin in the V mask makes a lot of sense, actually.
If anybody's still listening to this,
Rasputin back from the dead.
hit a like in the bottom, drop a comment, drop Rasputin rocks with an X.
Yeah, leave us a comment. Who's your favorite Bolshevik? We'll talk about it.
Hit that subscribe button.
The episode.
Who's your favorite Russian mystic?
Yeah, episode of Smack Up that comes out on May 29th, 2037.
Yep.
We'll read your comments.
Yep.
Sick.
Okay, so where the fuck even are we? I have to find it in my notes.
We just finished the
Nazi scenes.
Yeah,
right.
Valerie
Okay.
scenes.
Okay, gotcha. So we've gotten through Valerie's life story. And now we cut to present Evie. And she's informed by the shadowy guard people or person. It's like, hey man, you got convicted. And
You gonna die, dog. We
yeah,
gonna
we're
kill
gonna
you.
get you. And she's like, nah, I still don't know anything. Also, fuck you, man.
Yeah, she's
Alright,
rebel
so-
mode now.
Why'd
And
you
then
do that
John-
to Valerie, bro?
And then John Prison Man says, alright, 6 guys are gonna take you out back and kill you. You got one last chance. She says, no, I'd rather die. And she's holding Valerie's letter, which has inspired her. And Prison Man says, you know what? You don't have fear anymore. You're free to go. And he leaves with her cell door open. She's like, what the fuck? Waits a few minutes. Pokes her out in the hall. In the hall, there's a guard posted there that isn't moving. And she starts walking up to it. And the whole time, this guard she's seen in the hallway that hasn't been moving is actually just a mannequin. And she opens the door out of the prison. And we find out this whole thing, this whole place, everything that's been happening to her, is real and has been happening in V's Shadow Palace.
Yep,
He's
it's been
like-
happening in his labyrinth that just makes no physical sense.
V's like, hey, how's it going?
He
But
says, "Welcome home."
well, you see, the labyrinth is like V. It's an idea.
You can't write down an idea. You can't plan out an idea.
So I would like to again remind if anybody is still listening at this point,
I hope
we've been
you
talking about epic wacky guy V, and as it turns out, he's just had Evie trapped in his shadow palace, beating the shit out of her,
are. Shaving
torturing
her
her,
head,
gaslighting her,
Making-
shaving her head,
making her eat bad rat food.
yeah, feeding her, yeah, bad rat food. And he's like, oh yeah, Valerie's not fucking real. I wrote all of those.
Yeah, you know, this really does tie back into our content, to be honest, because, you know, remember Jack? This is what happened
Yeah.
to him.
Jack got thrown in the V palace.
Yeah, that's what Mickey
Oh.
James did to him the whole time. That's why we
Yeah,
didn't
so
see him
we
for a
know.
while.
We finally figured out what happened to Jack.
Yeah. It's pretty nuts, man.
So what I was gonna say earlier is spoiler for this moment for the listeners that didn't watch the movie beforehand, which I'm assuming are most of you. I don't know why you're watching this, but whatever. There is a in the graphic novel, he reveals to Evie that those letters were real and that he found them when he was locked up in prison, and that Valerie was the person living in the cell next to him. So he just put essentially Evie through the exact same thing he went through to radicalize her.
Doesn't he eventually admit that they're real in the movie? Because I'm sure he says it.
I'm not sure.
He does. No, because he's got the fucking photo of her.
I just
So
don't remember.
Yeah, no, he does. Because, like, she walks over and she sees the big, like, movie poster with her face on it. And she's like, so she is real. And he's like, of course.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so this is where we get into the biblical women hate in the strongest possible sense in this movie.
Yep.
Because Evie is justifiably like,
Very
fuck
mad.
off. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why would you do that?
Like, yeah, you know. And V's like, wow,
Oh, he
that was even harder on me. The classic line. It was harder on me to beat you and torture you in my weird house than it was on you to be beaten and starved and tortured and made to think you were going to die and had a whole change of personality and inspiration from somebody that isn't even real because I made it up. That was so hard on me. And
I
so
have to
he just
tell all these lies. So
Yeah.
difficult.
V just keeps prattling on. And then Evie's like, again, you're a goddamn lunatic. Leave me the fuck alone. V says, embrace the hate. Shout out to John Cena. And Evie just has a complete sobbing breakdown. And is like, you know what? Actually, you were right. I'm a terrorist now.
Maybe I fucked up.
Yeah, this is fine. It was my fault, actually.
Maybe you were cooking.
So, fellas, gaslighting works, and it's good. is the lesson you should take from this.
It's good as long as you also say that, oh man, that actually wasn't good.
No, you just got to say, my bad.
Yep, that fixes everything.
And
true.
it's not much different in the graphic novel, but in that one, like, you're fairly aware at this point that V's just a fucking freak.
Yeah, no, the V again, the characterization is so different. V is just like a old asshole.
Yeah, whereas in
Whereas
this, he's a wacky guy that'll kill people, but
he's
also
just a little goofy. He gets freaky with it.
serve insane cunt while making
Toad in a hole,
turtle on a rye or whatever the shit.
Frog pockets.
dude. Yum.
Yeah, so on that point, like Nico and Ty, how did this whole thing land for you? Because in like the graphic novel, it was pretty jarring, and in the movie, I think as I've said, like it feels like comes out of left just nowhere.
Pretty bizarre. Like I didn't understand why V put her through this unless, it was Valerie. Because like it just doesn't really make any sense.
So this is the scene that I remember specifically when I first watched this all those years ago. So I knew what I was getting into. I remember when I first saw it, it was so fucking jarring. It was just like, what the fuck? Like I didn't get it all. This time around, it's like I get it. I think it doesn't make that much sense in this version of V. I think it's a little too off base for what we've seen. Like,
yeah, I agree.
That's kind of a problem with changing the characterization. Like, this move does not make sense with this V. Now, the fact he comes off more like, I had to do it, like, more tragic makes sense. But it's a little too far for the V we've been presented with. And if we've seen him do more kind of brutal or maybe put his foot down more or, been a little more, like, psychotic, this would have kind of made sense. But I don't know. I feel like this V could probably get the same result a different way. This seemed a little too much.
I agree. I think, but I also think if you go to the extent of like changing this, you kind of lose the lead of the movie. So I guess it's like I would rather, I don't know, I would rather them have not changed the character at all, right? Which would make more sense. But at the same time, like, hey, the movie needs a compelling leading man, quote unquote, right? Then the movie also needs there to be some type of like weird romance. So
yeah, I think
like studio notes probably were the key here.
Yeah, I think like the way they did it with the characterization and this important plot point, I think it's the best mix that you could do that I can think of. Like, I think if they went a little more like zanier, it would have just felt insincere. If he just turned a leaf and he just went more like the graphic novel, that would have just been like out of left field, and this would have been even worse. So I think with what they were trying to do, they did their best and they made it work as much as they could.
They had to balance a lot of different things, and they did.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd say great, but I think they did good for what they had to do.
Possibly the best that you could given what you have to work with. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
So after Evie has been like, gaslighting's cool, I'm a terrorist now, V takes her up onto the roof in the rain, and she's loving it, she's all about it, and she poses just like V did when he broke out of the psych ward.
Real.
Of note. Yeah. And then Evie's getting all set up to leave, because now, I don't know, I guess the cops aren't looking for her anymore or whatever, and she's ready to go be on her own op. And V's like, hold on a minute. And he takes her into a room, and this is where he shows Evie the, like, shrine he has to Valerie, complete with the roses, like she grew, rather. It's like, yeah, we were in prison together. And Evie goes to kiss V, but he's like, no, get away from me, we can't. So she goes to leave, And as she's leaving, V says, "I want to see you one more time before the 5th of like the next whatever amount of time, 5th of November, Guy Fawkes Day."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yeah, but they can't just hang out together because they're criminals." And then V takes his mask off. It's in the dark, so we don't see V's face, but we see the mask like hit like the vanity that it's on, and then he just grabs it and smashes a mirror with it and starts breaking down crying.
Mhm. Yeah,
Because-
interesting scene. It's the
Yeah.
first time we actually see him show any like strong emotions.
I'm
Yeah,
not a big
wife
fan
left.
of it, but it fits with the character. Again, characterization of movie V, sure.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the full interpretation here. That's just me.
So V's bald waifu has left, and we cut back to Seele, and they're preparing for the inevitable like terrorist attack they just know is coming, because why wouldn't it? On the 5th, and they're talking about how it seems most likely to be by air or by train, and our good cop buddy, train sounds like the thing that would happen, and then Sutler on screen yells at him and starts yelling at everybody in this meeting that the country needs to be reminded of why they need us. And we cut to news stories that are talking about water shortages, a bird flu, some other new disease, civil war in the United States, and they are now blaming V for the biological attack on St. Mary's. Like he did it. Back to the computer room where the cops are on the internet again, like they always are. Cop tells other cop that 3 black baggers under Creedy disappeared right after St. Mary's, and cop reveals that someone named Rockwood has sent him a message. And I forget why Rockwood is important because I didn't write it in these notes, but he is, I swear. I think they talk about him before. I think he worked at the camp or something. Either way, he's somebody that mattered. So we cut to a weird, like, dark church memorial kind of thing. Like in a Batman movie where
Yep.
the bat is in a church and it's spooky and all the fucking guys are going, "Oh no, it's the bat," and then you pull them up onto the gargoyle. One of those kind of things. And so they meet this guy, and Rockwood's like, "I got a story for you."
Hold on. One thing that's really, really funny here is Rockwood is just fun. It's modeled, the character is modeled to look just like fucking Alan Moore.
Is that what that is? Yeah, it just looks like,
Yeah.
I forgot, should have mentioned, he just looks like a fucking vagrant, but
Yeah. He just looks like look up like Alan Moore circa whatever 2005 or 6.
all right, Ty, Alan Moore in the V mask.
Got it.
There he is.
That's
so,
him.
yeah, so
that's him.
Rockwood's like, "All right, here's what happened." So, Sutler and the Norse Fire Party, they set up Larkhill, which is where V was from, to investigate bioweapons in the, pursuit of power. Everybody's fighting, whatever. Also there, they developed a virus and a cure. And we're going to unleash it in the perfect way to create chaos in the country. Targeting, like, kids and other stuff. And St. Mary's, I think we find out here, was, like, a children's school that they released this virus at and killed, like, hundreds of children. So these are cool guys. And they're like, "Listen, if we make everybody really afraid and make everything really scary, then Norse Fire is going to get elected into power because people are just going to, as tended to happen when fascists came to power. It was rarely like a super popular thing, but enough people were scared enough that somebody coming in pledging like law and order, whatever the hell, in a time when
Man,
everybody's confused.
There's
and
no
scared.
way this could be anything like the Patriot Act, could it?
No, not at
No.
all.
Why'd you even bring that up?
I don't know.
Why? would the United States circa 2006 have just come out of a time of fear and anxiety about something? What could have
Yeah,
possibly happened?
I have no idea. I'm not sure. I completely forgot. I'm blanking right now.
You're supposed to never forget, dude. Come
Oh,
on.
fuck. Come on, dude.
So, yeah. So, there's everybody in the country was freaking out. Northfire gets elected. And then soon after, we get a cure. And now, where did that cure from? A company that just so happens to have a lot of high staff that are also in Northfire.
What?
Isn't that convenient?
No way.
And so he's like, I can't prove it.
Hey, guys, does this remind you of anything at all? Like COVID? Haha. I think the government was trying to control us. Don't believe anything these guys say.
I'm putting a mask on you, pal. It's a V mask. I just bought it.
You can't do that to me. They're trying to control us, bro. Asterisks / sarcasm, please don't yell at me.
You're gonna get hit in the comments. The people who
All
actually
right.
listen to this 3.5 hours in.
All right, Ty, throw up a picture of the COVID-19 virus, the V mask on it.
That's
There
it.
it is.
I think that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one that did it.
Oh,
That is the one that did it.
Chris.
So Chris Benoit made COVID? Is that what you're going for?
No. It's just like, always Chris up, down there fooling with us.
Do you think
Chris.
Chris was V?
I don't know. You can't kill the man.
Did
Or the
this
idea.
inspire Chris Benoit?
Oh God.
Do you think Chris Benoit saw this movie?
Do you guys...
There's a pretty good chance he did.
I
He
feel
might
like
have.
it too.
He's probably sad about Eddie, just sobbing, and all of a sudden he just sees this movie. Fuck it, goes in, and now he's just changed.
But then he
He's
forgot.
weaponized.
Yeah, but then he forgot who the government was, and he thought it was his family.
Yeah.
This is a bad bit, isn't it?
Yeah, we're going to hell.
I feel like we were doing fine until the government was his family thing, to be honest. That was a certified.
He's gonna overthrow it.
This is all staying in. Nobody's listening anymore.
Yeah, no, this
Eder Ty's asleep.
It's true.
Editor Ty is asleep behind the wheel. The kids have taken over the asylum.
R.I.P.
We're
Editor
burning
Ty.
down the orphanage. We're feeding everybody neuroviruses and creating cures so that we can place them under our control.
So just to recap the entire story, because, that definitely didn't get cut. So this Rock guy's like, okay, listen, Sutler and the party set up his bioweapons factory to make a virus that they released. They also made a cure at the same time. Once they got in power, they unveiled the cure. And they're like, oh, fuck yeah, dude. This is great. Sutler, you're the
how
High
does
Chancellor.
China figure into all this?
Did they even mention China in this whole movie? I don't think
No.
so.
No,
They
they were not even a concern at that time. Interestingly enough,
Those wacky Chinese.
oh,
Who
man,
knows
they
what
really-
they'll do next?
Who knows what they'll do next?
Ty, throw up Mao Zedong with the V for Vendetta mask.
Got it.
There he is. Okay, but
throw up President Xi with the
no, just President Xi. Don't
yeah,
put
just-
anything on him.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
Thank you, President Xi. I know you're listening. Please hit the button anytime. So, back in the movie,
Why does he have
Rockwood's
a
like,
mask on?
okay, listen, I can't prove any of this, but it happened, I swear. And the cops offer protective custody. He's like, no. Here's what I want. I recorded this whole thing I was telling you, and I'll give it to you. But you keep Creedy under surveillance. And also, Rockwood has no eyes. We find out
Oh,
when we see his face.
took his eyes away?
They took his fucking eyes.
Kane, you won't get away with this. We know it's you.
So after old No Eye blows the whole lid off the thing, but without any tangible proof, we cut to Creedy in a greenhouse, and we see V enter stealthily. and he holds a knife to Creedy's throat while Beethoven's Fifth is playing. And V basically says, I know that you know you'd be the fall guy here. So I also know you totally have a plan to ice Sutler, so that doesn't happen. You tell me where he is, or bring him to me, and I'll let you catch me, and then you can be the guy, because you're the guy that caught me. 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yep.
And so now some beat cop calls up our friend cop. He's like, hey man, that Rockwood guy's been dead for like 20 years.
What?
I was like, what? And
No way. You mean that it was actually just Alan Moore, and Alan Moore has no eyes?
Alan Moore has no eyes. He must draw big blue dick.
So true.
Ty, throw up John Watchman's dick with the V for Vendetta on it mask.
Okay, no
Yep,
problem.
just covering it, please.
Alright, there we go.
President
It's
G, what are you
President-
doing here?
Yeah, put him in the corner.
Yeah,
Just keep President G in the corner of it. For...
every single image we throw up from this point forward, keep President G in it.
Actually,
to
just
see what's going on.
actually just have in the bottom right of whatever's on the video right now the whole thing, and if somebody makes it this long, that's their reward for why he's there.
Yeah, they've paid attention long enough to enjoy a proper President G bit for the first time ever.
Now we're outside. Evie is just walking around the city, and that propaganda poster that's up everywhere. A little kid that we've seen before, like in one of the scenes where people are watching TV, is spraying the V logo onto that poster and runs away, and Evie's like, hell yeah, man. Now
Everybody
we go back.
loves V now, dude. Everybody's so inspired, right?
Yeah, he's not hard. The government seems to be a bit of a joke.
True.
What? Come on.
You mean to
dude.
tell me you don't approve of this government? Come on.
I'm not a big fan of the government.
30 on 30.
Not a big
know what?
fan of the government.
I'm not a fan of this government, and you can't stop me.
You don't have to be a fan of that government.
Oh,
Yes, I do.
there's something I forgot to mention that becomes relevant in about 2 minutes. V was like, while he was talking about, hey, I know you totally have the plan. He was like, if you put an X on your door, if you're down to do it.
Oh,
So, we go back to Zele. Sutler's pissed as shit about not being able to find V, and he's like, Creedy, listen, you do this or I'll fucking kill you. And,
Comes
So-
down to that, like what it always does.
yep. So now we cut to, like, just a bunch of houses, 100,000 people are receiving a Guy Fawkes mask in the mail. People just start wearing it, going outside, having a real fucking nutty time. There are just so many people wearing the Guy Fawkes mask now. And Sutler, back at Zele, is like, God damn it, Creedy. Fuck you, man. You can't do shit. I swear to God, you're out of here. And then Creedy goes, fuck this, and then throws up the X on his door. So this whole plan is set in motion, and V starts setting up dominoes in the shape of his logo in his shadow palace. And this is your leitmotif, is dominoes for a while here. And the cop starts talking about how he had a dream or saw the visions or some shit or whatever. This doesn't really make sense. But he's like, listen, V's a master planner and a trapper. He's got this whole thing figured out. He's had it planned since the beginning. I smoked that same shit he did. He's got it, I swear.
hell yeah.
Run the V pack, bro.
So what's being implied here is that V made this plan immediately, like, at Lark Hill. And after X amount of years, it's all just coming
Coming
to
together.
fruition.
Yeah.
So, back on the streets, everybody's got their V masks on, or at least a lot of people do. And there's a kid running around with the V mask on, and a just average policeman just gets fed up, and as people are sort of vaguely menacing him, shoots this kid. Just fucking domes the
Immediately.
kid with his gun. It's kind of crazy they showed that.
Yeah.
I
And
can't think of many other instances where you see a child die in a movie.
yeah, it's fucking wild. Like, of all the things they cut, they keep this and the whole Shadow Palace thing, the whole Shadow Prison thing.
Yeah.
I love that immediately the guy's just like, wait, no, I'm a cop. It's okay.
Yeah.
Ha. And then everyone's like, dog, what the fuck?
Yeah, and the civilians that are around just start to gather, and he's like, I got a gun, you better get out, and just start beating the fuck out of him because he just shot a kid. And this is like the instigation for stupidly other people hear about this, and now like the whole city is just rioting.
So V's plan in all this is child murder.
Yes,
Okay.
he had this whole shit planned out. Maybe that kid was a plant.
Yeah.
That kid may have been part of the grand scheme here. Who knows?
For all we know,
Only
that
V
was
could-
V, who was the cop who shot him. We don't know.
Yeah. It's a good
B was
point.
pretending to be a cop to induce a psyop on every living person in London.
Yep.
Let's go.
Graphic novel V absolutely would just
Dome a
allow a child to die. Yeah, he'd shoot himself.
kid. Yeah.
So after that fun thing that happened, the dominoes start to fall and form the V, and we just keep getting shots back at this elaborate domino castle as this becomes the climax of the movie. The next day, it says Evie arrives, turns on the jukebox, and tells V, I had a fake ID, so they didn't get me. Is, I guess, how we explain how she's been wandering around for some amount of time
That
without being arrested.
and the whole shaved head deal. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
like,
that
nobody's
too.
recognized me. There was a guy at a coffee shop or some shit, and I went up and I was afraid he'd recognize me, or she. I can't remember. I think it was a
Yeah.
she.
Yeah,
Not that
so
it
yeah,
matters.
didn't recognize me. So she's changed outside and in. Thank you, V, for your torture.
Yep.
V says, hey, I got a gift for you. Also, will you dance with me? And Evie says, yeah. So they, V said he always wanted to dance to the song or whatever. Here we go. There it is.
Woo!
He's the Rizzler
He did. He really did rizz
Okay.
Evie up.
Hold on.
in
I got
the
a
most
important
roundabout
question.
way. Go
Nico,
ahead.
how many, like on your boom meter, what is this movie?
What's the boom scale?
What do you mean?
Like, all right,
You're the
9/11
Rizzler.
is maximum boom.
Like, how many booms would you get of this movie?
Possibly a nuclear weapon hitting the ground is a maximum boom. I don't know.
We'll say 7 booms out of 10.
Whoa! You broke the scale. Now say boom 7 times.
You can't force me to do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Fair enough.
Yeah, now you're free, Nico. This is what happens when you let me torture you for 2 months straight.
It's true. Thanks for that, Pete. I appreciate it.
Thanks for
Yeah.
All right.
booming.
Those
All
are
right,
2
Ty.
months gone, but man, I'm better now.
Yeah, Ty, throw up Nico in the V mask.
Yep.
There he is. There's his address too.
Oh, fuck. He lives at 11111.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Bro,
Goddamn.
if you go to that address, you will find the Shadow Palace.
Oh shit. Fuck, and now I gotta move.
Yeah. Nico will be waiting
Actually-
for you.
Wait, now I got a better idea. Pete, I need 2 more months.
All right, get in the dungeon, Nico.
Freedom!
Get back in the torture room, or Editor Ty will have to do it again.
Freedom!
Yeah, listener, I think you're at up to 9 at least drinks at this point, so you've fallen asleep by now. But if you haven't, you're destroyed.
We are in your mind palace now, and we're impacting your thoughts and ideas. You're gonna wake up tomorrow thinking, "Wow, anarchy and communism seems pretty good."
So back at Zele, Sutler has just fully lost it at this point. You're in full whatever that move, the Downfall or whatever that movie is. With the funny meme where Hitler's just losing his mind at the end of the war.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a
He's the one that everybody fucking makes their own custom video
Is
of.
that Inglorious Bastards?
yeah. Ty, throw up Hitler in the V mask.
Yep.
There he is.
Wait, maybe not this one. I don't know.
All right, yeah, no, do that.
Just throw up she again, okay?
Yeah. Hi, President G. Look at him. He's smiling. He's so happy. Thank you, President G.
What a hero.
Gee, why do you got the Hitler stash, dude?
Wait, no,
Whoa.
no.
Gee.
Your social credit's gonna drop, idiot!
Gee, no.
Jesus Christ, dude. They're going to deport us.
Dude.
Oh, you fucked us. You fucked us all.
They won't
I've
allow
always
us
been
back.
loyal, President.
You're basically
President G.
Sutler.
Oh, jeez, dude.
This has been a sting op. We knew you weren't loyal. You're
Yeah.
fucking out of here.
Get out of here. Chinese
ha.
communists only.
Editor Ty, who's been locked up.
Hey, Ty, what happened in Tiananmen Square in 1989?
Well, hey.
Ty's dead. Thank you, President G.
Thank you.
Now we can carry on with the podcast.
All right. Yeah, Zele. Sutler's losing his shit. And tonight, he's going to address the nation. And also, if people start to protest, I'm just going to fucking kill him, is basically what he says.
Yeah.
So, that's very good. Some other guy in the Zele meeting says, yeah, but what if he actually pulls this off and does a terrorism? So it's like, he won't. Also, if he does, Creedy is getting fucking strung up in town square. I swear on me, mum.
On me, mom. No way out of this one, bub.
And now we go back to our cop friends, and they're in a car this time. And the smaller cop is like, yeah, Parliament's protected by all sorts of bullshit. And our main friend cop is like, yeah, they're totally just going to kill a bunch of people tonight for sure, because it's going to be bad. Because, like, people are rioting actively. And it's assumed that since Guy Fawkes Night is at midnight, something horrible is going to happen. And people are just going to get nutty. So, car pulls over. Our friend cop is like, I'm going to go search the tunnels again. Even though I've done it a million times. Because what the fuck else am I going to do? So he goes... Go ahead.
Yeah. If I was, like, a cop on this night, if I was like one of these unfortunate people that were like given the role of being a police officer, I too would be like, let me go to the tunnels. I will just sit in the tunnels all night.
Yeah. Yeah,
Let
he
me
like
patrol
doesn't.
this area where nothing will happen.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be on the front lines. So he's in the tunnels. Then V and Evie are also in the tunnels. So it turns out V has also cleared out a substantive part of the underground subway, as opposed to the above ground subway, I guess. In Bruvland. And V shows Evie this train he has. This original metro train that I think the assumption is they don't run anymore.
Yeah,
But he's got...
I think public transportation was essentially nixed.
So he's got his train, and it's loaded up with bombs, and he's got it bound for Parliament, because he's cleared out a tunnel that'll go right there, and also has a train, and can power it. And V says, I'm leaving everything I have, the palace, everything, including this train to you, to do as you wish, because I'm part of a dying world. And you're going to be part of the new one. After whatever happens tonight, it's going to be a new world. So you get to make the choice. And Evie's like, no. And tries to get him to stay and kisses V's mask, but V just stays and says, I can't, and leaves.
Yep.
So V again says, be gone, thought.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just, good scene. Good scene. I liked it. I like that it showed V had some doubts about this. Clearly, he wasn't as gung-ho as he was like a year ago. But
Yeah, because he's
like,
in love now, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Comic book V would have just been like, get off me. Just
Yeah.
got on the train and blew himself up immediately.
This is true, but we do not have comic book V.
You're right.
We got G in the corner.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
let
he's
they
still
let you
there.
back? They let you back in your house?
Yeah,
That's
dude.
right.
No, this is raw down Ty.
Yo, let's go.
Whoa. Look, I'm sorry about being on Smack Up, man. Please don't hurt me.
I'm gonna break your kneecaps, Phil.
You know
I've
what?
never been and never will
Fuck
be on
you.
Smack Up.
Raw down Ty.
You're not allowed.
Shame.
I am Smack Up now. Go fuck yourself.
No, I meant
Raw
Martin's not allowed on Smack Up. Not at all.
Damn right. Alright, here's a bit, right?
Oh,
So we've
yeah.
got G in the corner. and now put him in the center and light him up, and that's G in the spotlight. REM
Damn.
jokes, everybody. Thank you.
Hold on, he lost his religion. He's gone. He's off the corner
Oh
now.
no!
Oh no. G, come back. All right, he's gone.
That
All
G
right,
in
there he
the
is.
corner.
We are 19 hours into this fucking podcast. We've thoroughly lost it. Okay.
I don't even remember.
Did
the
we
first
ever
part of
have
the
it?
movie.
Is the question, I guess.
I feel like we had at least an hour and a half of decent discussion, and then it just devolved.
Yeah.
So,
What? We're pretty much at the climax, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is it. This is the big moment.
I'll say one thing. I will say, for a movie like this, there's some screwy things here or there, but a lot of some of the plans and the steps are like, okay, I'm not really sure how he did that. A lot of the stuff is very realistic, and so are the fights. Like, he's not doing anything too crazy, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
And
he's just a little enhanced, because
Yeah.
it pumps him up with all his drugs and shit. So he just like hits a little bit harder.
Yeah, I kind of appreciate this because in a worse movie, he would be like jumping off like 40-foot buildings and shit, or doing
This
something dumb.
this movie could have been Daredevil very
Yeah.
easily. This
Yeah,
movie could have been the Ben Affleck Daredevil.
yeah, it could have, and maybe it should have, but it wasn't, and I appreciate it
Yeah,
because I don't know, I like that because like it makes all the fights or everything he does kind of have more tension because it's like, yeah, he's fucking good, but he ain't that good.
for sure. He's not. I mean, he's a force of nature. He's not unstoppable though.
Yeah,
He can die.
He's not Matt Hardy.
True.
oh no.
Oh no.
Back to movie.
Again.
We get another public address of Sutler, who's just giving this seemingly pre-recorded speech at this point. And Sutler looks disheveled and bad and is screaming. Again, just like the end of Downfall, basically.
Yep.
So we're cutting between his speech where he's just yelling about all of his usual shit. And then V in the tunnels across from a small squad, across from like a squad of cops, and also Creedy, who are standing there because they're gonna make this deal. So as Creedy bring out Sutler personally, and Creedy gets his boys to bring a black bagged man, and they take the thing off, and it actually is Sutler, and they just force him to kneel on the ground, as Sutler is just sobbing and crying, acting like a little scared baby. In contrast, his public image. Damn, that's crazy. And V just starts taunting him and offers him a rose. And then Creedy just pulls his gun out, and Execution just shoots the fuck out of a Sutler right in his head. Just full on executes him right in the dome.
okay. So now I have to ask. So, Sutler's still like the big prime minister or chancellor or whatnot in the comic book, right?
Yeah.
Is he still this like pathetic in that, or is this just like a movie thing?
Is this how he dies in the graphic novel?
I can't remember right now, honestly. I have it up right now. You scroll the boot.
All right. Well, we'll get to that. I don't remember. So anyway, so Sutler's dead. He's just dead. And Creedy says, "V, take the mask off. I just want to see who you are." And V says, "No, I won't." So two regular cops just come up and try to take it off forcibly, and V just kills them instantly. And then V, Creedy, and the remaining police start taunting each other. And Creedy and all of his boys fire a whole bunch of pistol shots at V. But Undertaker sits up, and then Matrix kills everyone with knives. This is like the only Matrix shot you get in this whole movie, surprisingly.
Yeah.
So a good amount of restraint from the Wachowskis here,
Yeah.
but you get full-on Matrix just stabbing people with knives.
Which makes sense. Again, this goes to show how enhanced he is. But like we said previously, he's not, inhuman. So like he's still getting fucking rattled by bullets.
Yeah, he's weakened. And so he's taking out all the other cops except for Creedy.
Mhm.
And Creedy pulls his revolver and unloads six shots into V, who is responding and is weakened and moving slower. But he doesn't fall. And then V gets up to Creedy, who's just shook at this point because V has been shot like 40 times and isn't dead.
You can't kill this man.
Yeah, and V says ideas are bulletproof and snaps Creedy's neck. And he takes off his chest plate of armor. If you remember the suits of armor he had earlier, he took a chest plate off of one of them, and then he staggers away.
You did forget one thing. Before this whole thing occurs, V says we're both gonna die, and Creedy's like, how? And he's like, with my hands wringing your neck or something of that, and truth behold, that's how he dies. V chokes him out.
So Sutler and Creedy are now dead. So V stumbles, and apparently wherever he was in the tunnels is not very far from where Evie was.
Yeah.
Because he stumbles over to Evie and says, I've accomplished everything I want, and I'm glad that, like, my role is over, basically. I'm happy to die. But also, you changed my life, and I love you. And he dies, and Evie's very sad. And now we cut to outside real quick, where the mobs that have sort of been around are all now wearing, like, black robes and the V mask. So everybody looks the same. Just approaching Parliament, which is surrounded by rows deep of legit military with full-on assault rifles, tanks, all that shit is protecting Parliament. Go back underground. Evie places V's body with the roses that he kept onto the train and goes to pull the lever, but our cop friend shows up pointing the gun at her. A cut back to the top. The mob is like right at the gates of Parliament, right where these military lines are set up. And we get a few generals who are desperately trying to get orders from anybody about what to do here because they haven't fired yet.
Yeah.
They can't get a hold of Sutler. They can't get a hold of Creedy, who seem to be the two people that are authorized to give them orders for what to do. So they're just panicking for a while. This was like, what the fuck do we do? As all of these people are right up on them. And then one of the generals makes the call and is like, nobody can give us orders, stand down. Don't shoot. And so this crowd of people peacefully just walks right through these whole military lines again. All black robes, all in the V mask, all walking in unison through the military that has stood down because they don't just want to shoot everybody. And nobody has told them to do so. Now we go back to the tunnels. Evie starts talking to the cop. She tells him the country needs hope. And he pulls his gun down because this whole movie he's been like, what if we're the bad guys? And now it's fully set in. It's like, you know what? It's okay. You should do the terrorism.
Yeah. I don't know. If it almost felt like he was just kind of fed up. He's like, fuck it.
That's sort of the vibe you get in the graphic novel.
That's
honestly.
like
The vibe kind of here is more just like, hey, like he's been kind of convinced, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's almost
he's given more of that like detective that's on the hunt to find truth here rather than the comic, which is like the vibe there is literally like, oh, I'm just trying to do my job. I just want to move on with my day. I'm tired.
Yeah. No, like that's true, but I will say, I don't know. At least I felt like maybe I misworded it. More like relieved,
Yeah.
almost. Like
yeah,
like he's kind of like, yeah, he hit this like, yeah, this gotta happen.
It's not his problem anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because a lot of it, he's like, he gets really high strung. He's more into it. Like I said, trying to get to the truth. He sees the bad guy. And this is a point where, like, he could stop it. And technically, it would be his duty to stop it. But he's just kind of like, you know what? You're kind of right. This needs to happen. And he's just relieved. He's just done.
Yeah, everything's fucked.
Mm-hmm.
What does it matter anymore?
And everybody sucks.
Yeah.
Fred Durst.
Yeah, Ty, throw up Fred Durst in the V mask.
Got it.
There he is. There's a non-zero chance he's worn that, so you might not even have to do any Photoshop.
It's true.
So now all the people have passed through the soldiers at this point, and the cop's like, yeah, fine. Evie pulls the lever. The train starts heading over to Whitehall. Evie gets on the London PA, starts playing the 1812 Overture, and we get a cool shot, actually, of all the people as Whitehall starts exploding. The 1812 Overture is playing, and they all take their masks off in unison, and a lot of them are people we've seen in this movie before, but it's this scene of, like, We Are All V, basically, where just everybody is here taking their masks off at the same time to watch this happen.
Now we can put President Xi up in the V mask.
Thank you, President Xi.
He was V all along.
Truly. So Whitehall has exploded. The 1812 Overture is playing. All of the people of Bruvland have gotten their inspiration from V to overthrow this government and set up something new. And the cop asks Evie who V was. And Evie just says, he was all of us.
He was.
And that's the movie.
We did it. We made it through the movie, guys.
What's the time on the recording right now?
Hour
It's
12.
Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna...
almost at 4 hour mark.
Oh, we're definitely gonna hit 4, but...
I think so.
Yeah, the ending worked for me, I think. Even in spite of, like, a bunch of people in VMAS might hit a little different now.
Yeah.
And I think we might get into that at some point, but I liked it. I'm kind of a sucker for the we all, people of all whatever, kind of band together for a common goal thing.
Spartacus.
But I like this.
Just Spartacus. Everything is just Spartacus.
Let them
at the end of
cook.
the day.
That's all I gotta say. Let them cook, Pete.
So, wait, is that just your thoughts on it, Pete? Let him cook?
Yeah. I'm Pete.
No, you're not.
We're all
Stop
Pete.
playing.
We're all Pete.
Oh,
Yeah, we are all Pete. Welcome.
fuck. I guess we
Ty, throw V up in the Pete mask.
There it is. Oh, wow. What the hell?
Don't forget
That
the
one.
home address. You did that for
Yep.
me, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
No,
Throw
no,
that
no.
up there too.
No, the Pete mask is different. That's just V. I don't have V's address. You know?
Yeah. The Pete mask looks like what's his face? Uncle Howdy.
Oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, listener, if you're hearing this in, I don't know, February 2025, Pete was Uncle Howdy the whole time.
Yep.
It's true.
Don't believe Bo Dallas's lies.
It's true.
But back to the matter at hand. I mean, what did you guys overall feel about the movie? What did you guys think about it? Did this impact you in any particular way? Did it make you? I mean, Nico, you said you watched it before. Going
Yeah.
back and revisiting it, do you feel like you have more context for what this movie was trying to achieve now, like as an adult?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you're young, you just see like, oh, that's guy throwing swords. That's cool and shit. And you know, a lot of the symbolism, a lot.
He
of,
wear the mask. He cut the people.
Yeah, and the themes, like I understood them. You know, I always paid attention to like movies and like I was a history buff, so it's like. You know, like I got some of the things, like I kind of got what they were doing, but I didn't like explicitly watch that with in mind. So a lot of that got lost on me. Even if I'm like, oh, hey, that seems familiar. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a lot different. You know, I can't say it would impact me because it was like, it made me think a little bit, but you know. I think for what the movie was trying to achieve, they couldn't push that too far because that would just bomb with modern audiences of 2005-6.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, we're still in a almost like people are a little bit disillusioned with the U.S. at that point, but I still feel like generally until like the mid 2010s, we're in a state of like American exceptionalism, even despite like the economic crash to come and everything. I feel like people weren't really like pissed about anything to do with America until like mid 2010s.
Yeah, I think that's when it at least started showing its head. It's like they were, but it was a little more subdued. You couldn't just go out and say that, and now it's like, that's the most common thing imaginable.
For sure.
In a way, it holds up. I think that's what's really important, because this is clearly a movie written in its era, and I think it holds up well. I think the themes are strong. I think the cinematography's good. Nothing looks too cheesy, or any of the CGI doesn't look any bad or anything.
I think you can, like, looking at it, you can definitely tell it's a 2000s like superhero movie. Essentially, it has like those quirks and the same kind of vibe as like a lot of other superhero movies from that era.
Yeah, with the more, I'd say with a more mature twist.
For sure. Yeah,
like definitely, it likes to throw some like pontification.
Superhero movies pre like Batman Begins, essentially.
Yeah.
Because Batman Begins came out like did it 05?
05.
06, I think. 05,
okay.
Yeah. Well,
so like right before.
This is about when it was supposed to release. So this was about of that era.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. So it didn't have any impact or influence on it, but I would say that this was matching the vibe of every other superhero movie that came before Batman Begins, essentially.
So you're saying this is the Daredevil vibes?
In like to a certain degree, like there's certain shots that are like, you're like, that's an early 2000 superhero movie,
Yeah. Well, like Ang Lee's Hulk.
Yeah. There's a lot of Dutch angle shots of like, knives being pulled out and such, and you're like, hell yeah, that's a 2000s superhero movie for sure.
Yeah. No, definitely. Yeah. But yeah, no, I guess I gotta say it's just a good film. I think it gives you something. It gives you a little thought medicine. It's easy to watch. It's it doesn't go too crazy. It doesn't get too pretentious. It's just a nice watchable movie with some interesting things going on. But I don't think it really pushes an envelope, especially in the modern day. But
Do you feel compelled to go read the graphic novel at all after watching the movie?
If I had access to it, I'd give it a read.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely I'm not gonna go out of my way, I guess I'd say, but if I came across it, I would definitely at least give it a read.
My library has this digitally, is how I read it.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
There's also like other sources too. But...
Yeah, of course, but I probably would. But like I guess what I'm just saying is I want to like go heavy searching for it, it's more
for
like,
sure. Yeah.
If I spotted it at a store, if there was a file that had it and I saw it, or somebody loaned it to me or gave it to me, then I definitely read it.
Would you read it if a blind Alan Moore showed up and was trying to give you it? And he's like, "Come here, Nico." You're like, "How do you know my name, sir?"
No, we'd have to fight.
You have to fight
Clearly,
him?
that man knows how to fight. Yeah. He's blind Alan Moore. That's too strong.
I know. But he wants
His
to give you the
power levels
book.
Beyond our comprehension.
Look.
What?
I've been just training. So if I see a blind Alan Moore, we're fighting.
He needs it. Yeah.
Nico
needs this one.
I do. He's got blind martial arts skills. If he's blind, he just gets superpowers. It's just the kind of guy Alan Moore is.
Fair enough.
You can't stop me.
There's no way anybody affiliated with WWE watched this movie, right?
I don't know.
Like,
I have no idea.
Why did this movie?
I can unironically Triple H probably watched this.
Yeah, I can see that. Which means Sean probably did too.
Why did this movie get such a big part? Why is this a big movie?
Yeah.
It,
Superhero movies weren't even like that hot at the time. It's interesting. I don't know.
well,
The Wachowskis were the hot shit at that time.
yeah, I guess. I mean, think of the demographics. I guess that's probably why it got such big advertising, because at the end of the day, I mean, wrestling attracts 18 to 49 males on average. At least that's the idea. So why not advertise it to a wrestling crowd, which you know is going to be primarily 18 to 49 men who will probably pay money to see this movie?
The thing that I hadn't considered here is like the sale of Guy Fawkes masks after this, because I'm positive Warner Brothers owns like the likeness, right?
Yeah.
So I'm sure they've made well over any type of budget that they placed on this movie just on Guy Fawkes mask sales alone.
Yeah. You think they're banking on those?
I wouldn't be surprised.
They own it. Warner Brothers owns it.
Yeah, they do. They do. How much money do you think they make off that?
Who the fuck knows?
I got the movie box office. So budget of the movie was around 50 to 54 million. That's quite a bit for that type of movie at that time. It made 134 million.
Film.
So really did well.
Yeah, that's really good for. This was R-rated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that is, considering the subject matter and the different theologies and stuff that this movie encompasses and the different references it has to many different social issues. It's kind of impressive that this movie was as much of a hit as it was. Granted, obviously, people just didn't really give that much of a shit about any of the actual messaging.
Yeah, like the whole disease thing, like how they infected their own people, reminded me of the Tuskegee syphilis trials.
Yep.
You know, and like there's a lot of like little things that I think if you look, it's like, whoa, but definitely a lot of people do not give a shit. What they care about is Masked Man fighting dudes.
Masked Man fighting dudes, and he kissed a girl? Question mark.
Can you kiss a girl through a mask?
I don't know, but
count?
Natalie Portman kissed a boy through a mask.
That's true. Okay, so it counts if the person kissing does it to the masked person, but if the masked person does it, it doesn't count.
Probably not.
Okay, that makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
Where did Martin go? I think G got him.
I'm here.
Holy crap, he's back.
Listening.
I just want to make sure he's
talked
alive.
for 19 straight hours. I'll
It's
let
true.
all you people talk. That's
It's
fine.
true. Just want to make sure
Now
you're
we
okay.
need to. So now on to you, Ty. What did you overall think of the movie? Would you read the graphic novel? Do you feel compelled to do so?
I mean,
And do you want to explore Alan Moore's Mind Palace?
I liked the movie. Thought it was a good movie. I probably won't read it. I don't read a lot of like text like that or books or graphic novels, so probably not. And Alan Moore, I mean, if he wanted to send me anything, I would take it. If you said Blind Alan Moore gave me the book, I'd take it. If I saw him in the, I'd have a conversation
would you
with him.
explore his Mind Palace with him?
Yeah, I'd have a bev with Alan Moore, and then he'd bag me up and throw me in his bin, and then I'd get gaslit into becoming the next V. So I mean, I could do that.
You'd be
What?
the next Natalie Portman. You'd be the next Natalie Portman.
No! I don't want to be Padme. Ah!
Is this entire podcast network not just the Shadow Palace that Ty is keeping us in?
Yes.
It basically is.
When do we wake up and just kick the door down?
You'll wake up and it's going to be
Had me
Fourth
locked in
Impact.
the dungeon for the last 10 weeks, guys. Please help.
I've been told the hint's in the name of the pod, but nobody has told me anything further.
Tune in next week when you get the Fourth Impact, episode 11.
Did Alan Moore commune with his snake god and hear a really fucked up version of Allegory of a Cave and then just write the fucking shadow prison thing?
Yeah.
Probably.
So, I have one more question
Mhm.
for you. We got 2006 WWE, right? So, if you were to book basically like a Kiss Demon, but it's V for Vendetta,
Mhm.
how would you throw him in the booking at this moment?
Right now, in
Well,
2006,
yes.
I mean, he'd come out and kill Rey Mysterio like everyone else has.
That would be the go-to SmackDown move, to be
Yeah.
honest.
He would be played by Brian Kendrick, right?
Yeah, he would have to be. That or like, what's his name? Paul Burchill. Just give it to Paul Burchill.
That he might actually get over and stay in the company.
I think if you were going to do it, yeah. He would go full send into it. And he would be Goofy Movie V a little bit too.
No, here's what you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get Kane,
Mm-hmm.
but he was lied to. It wasn't May 19th. It was November 5th.
Nice.
And you build, and you build, and you build. And then at, what would the late October, whatever the October pay-per-view is, the late one, or you just do a special one on the 5th.
Mhm.
You've got Kane versus V.
In the Cyber Sunday main event.
Yes, it's Cyber Sunday. They've been building this for months. And if Kane loses, V gets the Kane mask, and if Kane wins, he gets the V mask. And then Kane is about to pin V.
Oh.
And it's 1, it's 2, it goes dark, then you bring the lights back up, the entire audience is V. And Kane is flabbergasted.
They all take off the masks.
That would be crazy if you could actually get everyone to do that.
Guys, I think it might be V, dude. Because that poll about what's it called? That Cyber Sunday is kind of crazy. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Look in the chat real quick. That's when it happened.
Yeah.
I did it, guys. Welcome to my
Holy shit.
Wow, what?
Oh my
yeah,
God.
let's go, baby. 5th of November.
Let's go.
I'm the
my
best
God.
fucking booker of all time.
You did it.
Let's go.
Yeah. So, what I would do is, for Raw at least, is get one of the Spirit Squad, just get one of the members kick us out, and they just come back as V with the Spirit Squad being Vince's government. And it just culminates to Survivor Series in a match where it's just revealed where, like, when it's like a mask versus hair match, I guess. And what the twist is, it ends in a no contest as Kane just comes and ruins everything, and then V is written off the entire show.
Oh,
Terrible, right?
how can you do that?
That sounds
But
like
very-
something Vince McMahon would do.
It is. Which is why I booked it that way.
I think at Royal Rumble 2007,
Yeah.
you get Batista coming back at number 30, and he wins the Rumble. Then the lights go out, and V standing in the center of the ring. He says, "What if it was me?"
Oh my.
Wow.
That's crazy. That's a good poll.
V. Henry.
V. Henry.
Yeah, it's just about Henry's V.
What are we laughing about?
Yet again.
But they turn it into a comedy gimmick. It'd be like, oh, we know you're Mark
It would straight up be the Stephen Fry V in the fucking talk show bit, tying up Vince McMahon's shoelaces and then like having him fall over, and then they pull off the mask and it's 2 Vince McMahons.
No, please no.
You could get, yeah, and you could get V versus fake Kane versus fake Sting versus fake Diesel versus fake Razor Ramon.
Yep.
Ugh.
You get all the fake wrestlers in the Battle Royal. Who am I missing? I've got to be missing some fake wrestler.
Fake Hunico.
But yeah,
Fake Sin Cara, my bad.
Yeah, fake Sin Cara.
Fake
Put him
Diesel.
in there.
You did that.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
We've been going at this for 4 hours. 4
So look, my
hours.
to
4
sort of get
hours.
things back on track. Martin, what's your analysis here? What's your vibe on Alan Moore? What's the whole bag here? You read the novel first, then watched the movie, yeah.
Yeah.
So, how are you feeling about it all?
Alan Moore is a weird guy. He's definitely lying when he says he doesn't want you to think in any particular way, because he absolutely wants you to think the fascists are bad.
Mm-hmm.
He does. The anarchy thing is a lot bigger of a thing in the graphic novel than it is in the movie.
Yeah.
Do they say anarchy in the movie, like, at all?
I don't think so.
Because in the graphic novel, V is a committed anarchist, but he never explains what that means.
Yeah. It's just assumed that you're going to know that because you're reading some highbrow content here.
Yeah, my highbrow DC graphic novel in the 80s.
Exactly.
Or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, it's very ahead of its time, honestly, probably.
That's
what my overall take on that is.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, for some bruv in 1980 to write all of this, very angry.
Based.
Yeah, very angry at the Tories, but also, I mean, listen, this thing is, like, inherently problematic, but it's maybe, it's definitely less racist than the 2006 wrestling we're watching, which for a 1980s graphic novel is impressive.
Yeah,
I'll give it that.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. But I can't say that because if I say, hey, I kind of like V for Vendetta, you become a certain kind of guy.
Yeah.
Oh.
So what I'll kind of interject with is, like, I get kind of what Alan Moore means is in that he doesn't want you to think a particular way about it, because like in his way he's showing you, he's trying to pull up like the mirror at like society at large, right? Which, like, what if society, ha ha ha, the Joker, right? Mm-hmm. But like in all seriousness, like he's showing you like his interpretation, or I guess idea of like what he observes, which is inherently biased, but he isn't trying to sway you in any particular direction. It's just saying, like, this is what it is, right? This is what fascism is. They aren't cartoonish villains in the graphic novel like they are in the movie, which is what I think what he means by that. He's trying to show real people that happen to be fascists in the graphic novel, and they're not good people, and you shouldn't like them, but like some people might, just because they're also fucking crazy and just bad people.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, they are just people. Like,
yeah,
it's people are complex. It's, like, I know we love to hate on everybody, or people who disagree with us. We're like, oh, they're the worst humans alive and shit. And a lot of times they're not. It's just one of those things that, like, a lot of people really try to just hate on people they disagree with, where it's like, yeah, go ahead, but remember, they're still human. They're still people. They feel just like you do. They have their own goals, motivations. Everyone's different. You don't know what that person's actually up to in their head or what they do behind everybody's backs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's just people are just kind of fascinating like that to a degree, and it's what makes us human at the end of the day is you really never know until somebody actually opens up, and that's quite rare. But at the end of the day, even somebody you assume is evil, probably, but a lot of the thoughts probably don't even deal with that stuff. It's just general life stuff like everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, there are just power-hungry people out there, but nobody ever thinks that they're the bad guy. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what the goal was ultimately to represent. if that makes sense. So, like, inherently, anytime you show anything from your perspective or what you believe to be true, you are painting a picture that is biased. But,
Mhm.
I think that he believes that he's not trying to do that in a way.
But why did so many weirdos latch on to this thing specifically?
Because it's cool. I mean,
Is it just guy with mask is based because he kills and is epic? Is that
I
it?
I think it's a little more deep. Not that much more deep, but a little more.
I
I
think-
think
Go ahead first.
I think it's the look, the idea of anonymity. I think that ending scene with the crowd all wearing the V outfit. I think that is the big takeaway to a lot of the weirdos.
Yeah,
Like, we are anonymous, and when we believe in a goal together, we are strong.
we're
Hey.
unstoppable, bro.
Yeah. We're unstoppable. So it's basically like a cool call to unison, and it especially picks up with weirdos who sit on the computer all day and just bitch about fucking shit they don't like. Yeah. So I think they see this idea of like not being alone anymore, but being anonymously together.
Yeah. I think part of it is also like there's a strong idea in this that is like staunch independence at all costs, which is something that these people tend to romanticize heavily, right?
Mhm.
With gun ownership, with conspiracy theories, just saying like don't trust the government, this that like V is very much that dude. The difference is V is justified in being that dude, and these people are not. They're fucking insane, right?
Yeah. They're just insane.
They tend to think that they are fighting the good fight when in reality there is no fight for them.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of the times I feel like it's only a few of those players who use that identity, and then everyone's like, "Oh, look, we're anonymous. Let's get together." And like they're not actually thinking, so it defeats the whole purpose of the fucking movie. But if anything, they're just wearing V's mask while trying to be like the government in the movie.
I mean, look no further than what happened January 6th, essentially. And I'll hit the button for everyone now.
Yeah. You
Okay.
know,
I just imagine Alan Moore like most of these weird auteurs that have a weird fan base, just constantly looking at them just saying like no, not like that.
Yep.
Like what he's trying to say is you should hate fascists and go outside.
Yep.
And most of these people do neither.
yeah.
And it's always funny because that message specifically always gets misconstrued. Whether it could be just go outside, which so many things are just telling you, hey man, just go the fuck outside. And then there's also just hate fascists, which they misinterpret and say, but the government is fascist. And it's like, no, it's not, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
Yeah. Nah, I'm with you,
It's
man.
yeah. He's trying to tell you there's power in collective action.
Yeah.
At least the movie is. And instead,
And people took that in the completely wrong direction, essentially. It's just interesting, right? Because, like, you can fight for whatever, and there's power in collective action, but, like, fighting against your own interests is so common nowadays, it's just baffling.
Yeah. No, it really is.
Without getting overtly political, there is a political party within the United States that has a lot of poor people in it that just always vote against their own interest.
Yeah, because they don't know any better.
Oh, hold on.
And that's not saying.
Okay.
And
Oh
we
no,
are,
there's
of course-
two at least that are like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. There's
Yeah.
at least 2 or 3.
And just for the sake of things, we are an apolitical show. We have no allegiances to anybody. We
Yeah.
accept all forms of money from all
And President Xi.
political parties,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't.
and especially President Xi. So please keep this in mind as we discuss it. Thank you.
All right. And now, hold on, we're going back.
Okay.
I am a committed Whig.
Oh
Damn.
my.
I should have known.
I think we should
Alright.
flog him.
All right, we're
Flog.
back out.
I love fucking.
That's where you got your
Anyways,
name from, Van Buren. Pal. You're done. We know your
Oh,
backstory.
I've been doxxed.
I guess the only thing I'd say, because we did just talk about how people keep getting the message wrong. What themes or messages did you get out of it?
So, for me, it was very difficult because I kind of looked up what kind of guy this guy was a little bit as I was reading the graphic novel to separate, amongst other things, this guy's an anarchist. I mean, the graphic novel does talk about anarchy a lot, but, like, I just kind of assumed it was the normal thing where people don't actually know what the fuck anarchy means.
Mhm.
And it's just being lay epic and blowing things up.
Yeah.
Like what people think the fucking Heath Ledger Joker was.
Yeah.
You know, just the lay epic, blow things up guy. So it was very hard for me to separate, like, you know, anything I would individually just, like, pull from that thing without knowing, like, oh, this is written by an actual, like, anarchist. So, a little tough for me to say without just saying, like, yeah, he wants you to do kind of the anarchy things and also fascism is bad.
I think the core message, honestly, beyond anarchism and fascism being bad, in my interpretation of it, is that you just shouldn't cede too much power to the government in any instance at all. Like, government has as much power as people are willing to give it, and if you give too much of it up, if out of fear, you're fucked. That's I think the core of his argument,
Yeah.
political sense.
Okay, makes sense. I think at least along the lines of the movie, I have a few takeaways I had. For the first is I'm with it's like basically anarchy. To me, it was in the sense of anarchy as a tool in the prevention or stoppage of fascism. At least that's how the movie tried to convey it. I think the pushing of ideologies, the power of art or creative endeavors was another strong theme. As V is constantly surrounded by art, they constantly talk about music. The music is even used to
Music becomes outlawed.
Yeah. The one song, it's like about a black train. It's foreshadowing the end of the movie, right?
Yep.
So I think there's a theme of art and creativity and ideas. Obviously, a theme of revolution at the baseline that, you know, through intolerances, you have to stand up, fight back, and be unison. And then the final one I got was the parallelness and the handing over of ideas between V and EV.
We can just say it's memes. The meaning is memes.
I mean, we could say that.
It's mimetic.
It is mimetic. It's Metal Gear Solid 2, mimetic.
Yep. The DNA of the soul.
You know what? I know you listened for I don't know how long, 25 hours, but just stop now. Go play Metal Gear Solid 2. You get the theme of the movie.
Yep.
Take another drink.
Honestly, Metal Gear Solid 2 is just the psyop that he puts EV through, and I don't need to say anything else other than that.
Yeah. Ty, any big takeaways, themes?
I don't know,
I know
man.
the listener is dead.
Editor Ty has
you don't have
killed himself already 3 times.
Yeah.
Themes?
Well, just takeaways.
I'm not sure. Do
you feel that you watched this movie with like a entertainment lens or with the lens of like a
very entertainment?
Okay, yeah. So that will always paint the picture of how you're looking at it. So Ty's bringing in what I'm saying is the general audience viewership angle of it, which there's nothing wrong with that either.
No, not at all.
It's an entertaining movie.
Yeah, that's why I kind of switched it to like takeaways. Like,
yeah.
What did you get out of it entertainment wise?
Yeah.
I just thought it was a very entertaining movie. I thought it was very good from start to finish. Very concise. Very, I don't know anything about the book, so I can't really be like, hey, it took a lot of good points from the book, but I just thought it was a pretty solid film. Pretty good. I'd say like maybe like a 7.5 out of 10, if I was to say it. but I don't know. I can't really delve into the political stuff because I don't know too much about it, so I'm not gonna talk out my ass about it. Then I just sound like an idiot. I'll be like, yeah, V.
We all sound dumb, Ty. Don't worry.
I'd be like, V reminds me of Egypt, and he'd be like, how so? And I'd be like, the old Egyptian time.
He's got the Pharaoh Bob.
Yeah, sarcophaguses, dude. I'm just here to watch the movie. The movie was fine, so that's it. It's good for me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
How does this relate to wrestling, though?
What are you talking about?
I think
we're a wrestling podcast.
I think
right?
you beat up on this one, buddy.
Oh shit. Yeah, I could see V doing well in the ring.
Look, V cuts a hard promo. He's got a great body. He's got a good voice.
I think the crowd would turn on him.
Nah, I think they turn on him if you booked him wrong.
I think Martin would be in the forum saying, "This guy's a shill. Fuck him."
Hey,
the problem is you have him show up and now you make Kane look stupid because here's an actual burn victim.
I rebuke that guy. Martin is the most positive member of this whole damn podcast. How dare you say that?
Wrong. But I got something for you. Listen, so I was looking into something, so I don't know if you guys brought it up. You might have. I don't even think the film brought it up for more than 5 seconds, but Evie does get married to somebody in the film.
Yeah.
She's married to Finch at the end of the movie.
The good detective.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, because there's a flash forward.
Yeah.
That's a crazy age difference.
Yeah.
I forgot about that a little bit. I'm just, that wasn't in the comic. I'm not going to talk about it. I don't want to consider that.
It says it's canon for what the movie is. We're in the movie universe that it's husband and film only. I'm like, but where was the connection? They had like one scene together.
I know.
Maybe it was afterwards. It was just implied. I don't fucking know, bro.
Apparently they had a flash forward and they said how the story will end pretty much for his vision of the future. And it showed that they were both married to each other.
Wow.
Well, I guess they're the only people who knew or understood V, so there's that connection of ideas.
Yeah.
Which, okay, yeah, I mean that can work in a lot of other movies. I don't think it works in this one. But...
Once again, it's mimetic, everybody. Metal Gear Solid 2.
Okay.
Did anyone watch Pennyworth? Anyone catch up on that?
Yep, I watched all 3 seasons of Pennyworth, and I watched the V for Vendetta season, and I gotta say, I didn't watch it.
Okay, yeah.
Excellent.
Sweet.
Hope that helps.
Awesome, man. I'm glad we got the backstory.
So, what's next on the docket?
What's next on the sponsor cast? I don't know. Yeah, Martin, what's up next for us? Do you know?
Well, so this is, I don't know, at least 4 episodes, probably.
That'll be 1 episode.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, well, this is 1 episode, and it's going to take Editor Ty until, probably November 5th, actually, as a shoot to finish.
Yeah.
And then that'll hold you over for, let's see, we'd probably call that, June, probably, of 2025 would be the next one we're coming out with.
Yep.
We've got 10 years until Gods of Egypt comes out, so I'm not going to be on one of these until then, because that's the only other real movie that's ever come out. It's only V for Vendetta and Gods of Egypt for me, to be honest.
Let's
see. I mean, we've got the Black Let's Play.
Yeah.
Coming out. For sure.
I got a couple. I can write down, I'll go through the list of sponsors.
Was there not an X-Men, or is it a game?
No, we got X-Men Last Stand and X-Men the game. We're both sponsored, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we've got Tomb Raider Legend, V for Vendetta, Black. Yeah, fuck it, X-Men Last Stand. Let's see if V makes a stand against women.
Oh, no. Will Logan do this? Will Logan save us? We'll find out next episode. Has anybody else got any final word?
Read more Alan Moore stuff. Go read Watchmen. Don't watch the Watchmen movie. Actually, do watch the Watchmen movie. Let me know what you think about it. And then go watch the Watchmen TV series on HBO. It's a sequel. It's really good.
Next playthrough will be The Con on PSP.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Is that how you want it to end?
Yeah,
that
that's
works.
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
fuck it.